John,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to be back in 2 seconds.
Do we have,
Kimberly's not here. She needs the invite.
okay,
Sorry.
well,
Righty then, we'll have to wait a bit. We're right at 1 here. Do we have, who do we have on? We've got John, Dave, Tip.
I'm here.
Claire,
Claire.
I just showed up. I'm here
Sam.
without camera.
Sam's there, okay. Very good. Dawn is off today. And I know, Tip, you're standing down on one of the items. And Sam, you're down on one.
I'm down on item 6. Yes, sir. Yes, Bill.
All right. Okay, we're getting ready to start the meeting, but we're waiting for Kimberly McCarthy Heaton, who's our planner, and for Sharon to come back.
Oh, this is the wrong one. Okay, here we go.
For those of you who may have just joined us, we're waiting for the planner and Sharon to come back on. So hold tight.
Okay, where's our staff?
Hold on, she's coming.
Oh, there you are.
You ready, Sharon, or are we waiting for Kimberly? Kimberly. We see, oh, where'd you go? There you are. Kimberly, you're muted and,
I apologize, technical difficulties.
all right, you're on. Okay. Is Sharon back?
I'm here.
Okay, good.
Hey, here we go.
Right, so let's get started with this MBAR Montecito Board of Architecture Review agenda for August 21st, 2021. A little behind 1 p.m., but let's get started. All right, item 1, public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to items not on today's agenda? Anybody?
Bill, I don't have any hands raised. I believe they're all here for our agenda.
Very good. Then we'll close public comment and go item 2, agenda status report. Anything to report on the agenda today?
No changes, thank you.
Okay, very good. Let's on to item 3, minutes of July 29th, 2021. Has everybody had a chance to review those? Does anybody have any comments on those minutes?
Mr. Chairman, under item C2, the consent calendar, item 2, under the action, it's a small, in the final line of that action, moonlights, it should be plural. There were 3 of them, no higher than 12 feet, just to be clear. Item number 2,
All right,
under the lights, plural,
thank you.
please. Item number 2, I believe there is a comment missing. This is that project where the gentleman brought in 2 projects back to back.
Correct.
The first one was a simpler massing, and I believe I made the comment, number 4, consider alternate massing strategies. Do other people agree with that comment?
I agree with that. Yeah, that was the 2-story.
It was the 2 masses without anything else.
Right. That was the one that didn't have the garage.
Yeah. So number 4, consider alternate massing strategies, plural. Okay, item number 4, Mariposa Lane. Item number 2, 1 member, and as it turns out, it's me.
Is
Surprise, surprise. Suggested adding, and I'd like to take out the word molding detail and add the word architectural elements
okay.
on south wall 2, and take out the word cut, and I'd like to add the word articulate tall wall facade.
Okay.
So it would say 1 member suggested adding architectural elements on south face to articulate tall wall facade. And on number 3, I'd like to suggest restudy integration of glass structure with other structures, and then get rid of that period to achieve consistent window grills. And then cut out the entire second sentence. To achieve consistent window grills.
What, we're on number 5 or 4?
That
Or
was number 4. That was
That
the
was number
project
4,
that-
okay, okay.
Okay, it had that glass structure attached to the
Yeah,
back of, I
yeah.
believe it's a garage door. It was completely different. Okay. Okay, item number 6, second comment. Restudy architectural solutions to better integrate. I'd like to add the words proposal with, and then existing structure. I'd like to eliminate the period and put in a comma, get rid of the word consider, and add including. So it would be restudy architectural solutions to better integrate proposal with existing structure, including proposed roof shape and
Okay,
Okay?
Yep.
Item number 7, consider comment number 1, consider simplifying fireplace design to match, get rid of the word simple, existing building, get rid of the word details and add the word style. So consider simplifying fireplace design to match existing building style.
okay.
I think that that's what we said. And that is all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Is there anyone else that had any comments? Okay.
No, I'm leaving it to John. He's much better than I am at this moment.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move for approval of the July 29th agenda as amended.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Dave. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carried. Thank you, John, for your review of that.
Thank you.
And let's go on to item 4, Montecito consent agenda, and that was John and Claire today.
Mr. Chairman, there was only one item. It was on for final review, and I think that there's some differences between the printed fan decks and what's represented on the computer websites for Benjamin Moore. And when I looked up the color they proposed, it was over the 84 limit that we're trying to maintain. So besides that, I thought the project was fine, as did Claire. So I would like to move for approval of this project with the applicant to provide a color that is at or below an LRV of 84 to be reviewed by the planner.
Okay.
Second that.
All right, seconded by Claire. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
All right. Motion carried.
I wanted to make it clear that Don Sharp is absent from today's meeting. Thank you.
Yes, Don is out today.
Thank you.
All right, and let's go on to item 5, member informational briefings. Did anyone hear or see or do anything that you would like to share? Nobody?
No?
Okay, all right, good.
Bill, I'll be stepping down on item number 2.
Yeah, and Sam, you're stepping down on item 6.
Correct.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right. Okay, we'll go on to item 6, staff update. Kimberly, do you have, looks like you have some information there that we need to see, I guess, huh?
I just wanted to follow up on the conversation we had last meeting about returning to in-person meetings. With the numbers that we're seeing in the county of Santa Barbara and new mask mandates, we will not be returning to in-person meetings in the near future. Clearly not in this month or even next month. But I'll keep you posted as more information becomes available.
Okay. Great. All
Darn.
right.
Me too.
Figured that was
Darn.
right.
I was getting excited.
Okay. All right, thank you, Kimberly. All right, let's go on to our standard agenda. Item 1, 335 Calle Hermosa is the applicant online. This one's here for concept review. It does have a planner, a king. So go ahead, state your name and give us your presentation if you would.
Okay, I guess that's me here. This is Tom Oxner. Can everyone hear me?
Hi,
Yes.
How you guys doing?
Good.
Good.
Okay, I've got, actually, my associate Liz is really the one who I was hoping to make the presentation. She was prepared for it, but I can start. I think she's having trouble getting a link of her own here to go in, but I'll start.
Oh, wait, Tom, let me see if she's somewhere else where
Okay.
I can bring her over. Oh, here she is. She's Liz Hughes? Is she Liz Hughes?
Liz Hughes, yes.
I'm gonna bring her over. Hold on.
Okay, great.
So she's gonna get promoted,
Okay.
so to speak. Okay, she's over. Liz, can you hear us?
I see her there. She's muted. There we go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
We got.
Okay, I'm here.
There she is.
Okay. All right. Give us your presentation.
Okay, so this project is an addition to a existing two-story single-family residence on Cayo Hermoso. We have the square footage is an addition of 553 gross square feet at the lower level. On the upper level, we have an addition. It's just a covered deck area that's above the proposed addition. So for the Montecito FAR, we are at 51% for the property. Let's go to the next on page, well, the third page of the PDF here with the photos. So the house is situated in a small cul-de-sac with, I think, either about 3 driveways there. And these are just images of from that cul-de-sac looking towards the residence. It's pretty screened from by plants, and the driveway extends up quite a ways to the residence. So it winds around, as you can see on that aerial view there. And it's pretty much blocked by that palm tree in that at the driveway there. So then the other 2 views below that are just the neighboring residences. Let's go to the next page. There's some more images of the house. As you drive up the driveway, you come to the front entry, which is actually on the 2nd level. That view number 3 is kind of as you're heading up the driveway there. And that is close to where the addition is proposed. Yeah, kind of to the right of that, but that is also screened by an existing hedge there. So if we zoom out a little bit, and we'll just kind of go through the rest of the images here. Sorry, hold on a second. Hold on a second. My son is here, so I got to go get him occupied somewhere else. Maybe Tom, you can take over for a second. I'll be right back.
Okay, great. Okay, we're tag teaming here. Okay, so the photo to the lower right there, area of the addition, it's a growing young family and they're looking to add bedrooms. So this was really the obvious place to go. So our program is to add a little over 300 square feet to the understory that projects out towards this photo. Yes, right there. And then as you can see, there's a deck above it that's off of the living room. So with that extension, it became an opportunity to create a larger patio, which we chose to create a covered larger patio, kind of an indoor outdoor room with a corner fireplace associated with it. So that's really the program. And then it would include a variety of windows and openings around the house that really weren't done well, where they were installed to the outside face of stud. And we've got some cosmetic detailing around the house that's also included in this proposal. So let's move to the next page here. And then these are views. The top 2 views are looking out from the level of the bedroom additions, the lower level. And you can see there's a nice view to the south and to the west, and there's a good separation from the homes around us. These are large lots. Do you want to take over, Liz?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
And just to make a note of this lower area here where the grass is, as Tom was saying, that's the area of the addition, and it's basically just a flat area where they have an existing playground equipment and some existing railings. And most of that, I mean, the lawn is basically staying as is just being reduced for the addition area. And then some small screening plants, which you'll see on the next page of the PDF, kind of just filling in some of these shrubs that are kind of sparse along that railing line there to kind of provide a little bit of additional screening on the other side of the fence there. Yeah, so you can kind of see those four, and that's just kind of infill planting of the existing landscaping there. Then let's go to the next page. These are just the demo showing. So we also have an existing covered deck sort of to the right side there that we're removing the existing posts, and we're enlarging that to incorporate with the new addition. So next page, it's just a demo page for the lower level, so we can go to the site plan on the following sheet. So the site plan here, if you zoom in, you can see the area of the addition on the left side there. That this is showing the upper level deck, and you're kind of looking down on that addition below. Then let's see what else. And then there's just a lot of existing railings kind of fencing in that lawn area, both on the lower level, and then you can also see it along the upper level, and those are to remain. So we're not changing anything there. Let's go to the next page is the survey. So let's skip a couple of pages here to go to the proposed plans on page 11. Great. So here you can see that addition of the covered deck with the fireplace at the kind of grounding the corner there. Then the existing covered deck that's towards the kitchen / small dining family area is just being reconfigured with new posts and a new roof to incorporate better with the addition area. Then as we go down to the lower level on this next page, that's where the area of the addition is. It's 19 feet from the existing exterior wall that we're pushing out there. And the idea was to create a third bedroom for the lower level and then a playroom for the kids, since this is the kids' area of the house here, and also an additional bathroom for the residents. Then the next page is the roof plan, where you can see the area to be changed is dashed in, just the covered deck area attaching to the existing roof, and then the shed roof coming down over that existing covered deck that's being reconfigured. Let's just skip to page 15. That's just building sections there. We can come back to that if you want to look into it more detail. So page 15, the next sheet, we'll take a look at the exterior elevations. So this is where you can see that new fireplace in the corner there that we're adding at the second story addition, and the covered deck, both outside of the existing living room and also the kind of extension of that from the existing covered deck area connecting to the new portion of the addition. Yeah. And then we have some areas with a partial height plaster guardrail, and then also an iron railing incorporated on top of that. On the lower elevation, for the west elevation, we did a couple of things to kind of dress this up a little bit. There was an existing window there with, I think, a fabric awning, and we're just replacing that with some wood kickers and some tile over that, and a new railing with some scalloped plaster below. Then we have two windows, existing windows to the left side of that elevation, which we're providing with a plaster surround, since the detailing of those windows just looks a little like a punched opening right now. So we wanted to be able to incorporate it better with the architecture of the existing residence. We're also replacing some of the existing railing there to match with the other railings they have throughout the property. It's kind of a leftover older railing on that side. Then let's go to the next page. So these elevations basically haven't changed. This is just what you kind of see. The northeast elevation on the top is what you see as you drive into the carport there, with the garage, the entry, and kind of this tower entry element in the middle. That's just all existing to remain. On the lower elevation, southeast elevation, you're kind of seeing the side of the those two elements, the covered deck elements on the second level, kind of beyond. And that's really the only thing that's changed on this elevation as well. And that next page is just the existing for reference. So you can kind of see what's there now compared to, you know, the proposed changes that we're trying to make. You can see that fabric awning on the lower elevation that we're removing, and the railing there to kind of give it a little more substantial architectural character to go along with the addition that we're proposing here. And I think that's it for the presentation, but I did want to make a note that the covered deck that we're proposing above the addition area only extends out about 11 feet past where the existing deck is now. So, because there's already an 8-foot deck. So even though we're extending out 19 feet from the lower level, it's really just an additional 11 feet for that deck that's coming off of the family room. And I think the idea there was to provide a space that's adjacent to their living room that they can spend more time in, since that deck there is a little small right now. And that concludes our presentation.
All right, thank you, Tom. Let's go to questions from the board members. Tip, do you have any questions on this?
Yeah, I have a question about the FAR calculation.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's 51%, is that correct?
Yeah. What's your question?
Is that correct?
Let's see.
Mr. Chairman, can I jump in here?
Yeah, go ahead, John.
Okay, the problem here is that the applicant put in the number of square feet for the property, not the acreage. So when you put in acreage and do this calculation out correctly, it comes out to 0.86.
Oh, okay.
Okay, all right.
Does that help answer it, Tim?
Yeah, so that should be like my 0.8. Yeah, 0.8. That's what I thought.
Yeah, and if they change it from 41,000 something to 0.994, it'll all work out.
Okay.
So the FAR now is 0.86.
Yeah, based on what they've done, and I believe that they also used gross square feet, not net square feet. And if that's correct, this number will actually go down. So
Okay, yeah, okay.
Okay, then I have another question. Can I look at the elevation again, the southwest elevation? Wait, can you zoom into that elevation, right there?
This one right here,
Yep.
Tip?
Yes, can you explain to me, I couldn't read the drawing too well. You have the overhang cantilever over the lower. Is it like a couple feet difference between the upper and the lower?
I think the wall is actually aligning there. And if we go to the sections on the previous sheet, you can probably see it a little bit better. That roof line is really just to break up the massing of the 2-story volume there.
Oh, so the wall, they are
Yeah.
in alignment.
Yeah.
And you have a 3 feet overhang below that.
Mm-hmm.
That's a southwest exposure, so that overhang is really a good thing for that glazing.
So can I see the elevation again, please? Oh, I see. So it's extended the whole way. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Tip. Claire, did you have any questions?
No, I don't.
Sam, questions?
Yeah, I think the only question I have, Liz, Tom, is that fireplace that you're proposing on the corner as low as code allows? Is it, I mean, I know you have your little roof over the upstairs. I'm just curious about the regulations and how high that would need to be, and if it could be lower, could it be lowered, or is that at your perfect spot?
You know, it could be lowered, Sam. Yes.
Okay, that's the only question I had about that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Sam. John, did you have any questions? John Watson?
No, I'll
No.
pick it up in a comment. Thank you.
Okay. Dave Mindro, any questions?
No questions, Bill, thanks.
Okay. And I don't think, well, oh, I do have one question on that southwest elevation again. There's a jog in the railing. It looks like you went from kind of a half wall railing to a taller wall, smaller railing section. Is there a reason for that jog like that?
Yes. So that railing was actually studied in detail. A lot of it has to do with the desire to get a little bit of privacy in that space. And then there was also the safety aspect of what that rail was going to be built of, and how high it was in the various locations based on the built-in seating and the adjacent tables.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so it's 42 obviously, but it's a view thing, a privacy thing. Yeah. Okay. All right, that was my only question. All right, well, let's close those questions. Go to public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that'd like to speak to this item number 1?
Bill, I haven't received anything, and there's no hands raised. Thank you.
Right, then we'll close public comment. We'll go to board members' comments. Tip, what are your comments on this?
I believe the addition is modest in scale. I think the southwest elevation could be a little more, the mass could work a little better, especially at the addition area. But other than that, I definitely can support the project.
Okay, thank you, Tip. Claire, what are your comments?
The only comment that I have, I mean, I think the overall project seems acceptable. I'm having a struggle with, I think it's the graphics. The new fireplace, it is, whether it needs to be lower or higher is somebody else's issue, but in your drawings, you show the proposed west elevation, number 1. You show the new fireplaces having a cap on it that is similar to the existing detail on the houses on the existing building, and so there's an inconsistency in your graphics here. So what is it? What this new fireplace, is it going to look? Is it going to be flat topped, or is it going to have the same detail as the existing fireplaces?
It's going to have the same detail as the existing fireplaces. It's just rotated 90 degrees. So in one elevation, you're seeing this side of it as it curves up, and on the other elevation, you're looking at it the other direction.
Oh, got it. Okay,
has that arch there. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, that's kind of, I kept struggling back and forth with the elevator going, why are they doing this? Now I understand what I was seeing. Okay, fine. Thank you. That's the only comment, because I think it's a pretty straightforward and nicely designed project.
Okay, thank you, Claire. Sam, what are your comments?
Yeah, I too have no real issues. I think it's well conceived. It's a nice outdoor space. I appreciate the detailing being a little more of an upgrade with the window being recessed in all your new windows and throughout the cosmetics. My only issue is that vertical form on that corner. If it could be in hierarchy a little subordinate to the main house, it's maybe a little bit smaller to whatever code would allow, would make it feel a little bit more tied in as opposed to two that are so similar in height, close to each other. So that's my only issue. Just study that and make sure you like it. But I think this is a fine project.
Okay, you're saying shorter chimney, is that what?
Shorter chimney form on that outer board edge of the deck. It just is a very tall element on that west elevation corner, sitting out there alone. If it could be shortened at all, I'd just like you guys to maybe look at that.
Okay, thank you, Sam.
Thanks.
John Watson, what are your comments?
Well, I think that this is a modest project. I think it has very little impact on anybody. It's well under the FAR, it's under the height limit, so it's off the setbacks. That chimney, I think all of us are looking at, and I find this house to be halfway between a fairly clean, modern house and something trying to have a Spanish sense to it. And I don't know whether or not this corner would be better served by actually increasing the chimney so that it pushes away from the house with some kind of a sweep down low, not the whole thing, but where it comes down and it actually sweeps out a little bit, allows that lower roof to hit into it and give it a little bit more architectural character. Now, having said that, the rest of the house is pretty straight, contained, not articulated, and it may be out of character here, and I would certainly vote for this if it comes back, but I think that there may be a way to just resolve a couple of these issues by being a little bit more exuberant with that chimney. And I think that this is a project that can come back for preliminary and final on consent unless other members would like to see it. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, John. Dave Mindro, what are your comments?
Well, I agree with Sam and John. I think that it's a nicely conceived project. It's modest, well below the FAR. I think that new massing integrates with the existing and it's not higher than it. I think I agree with it'd be to study the fireplace and lower that potentially. The house itself is pretty eclectic. I like the improvements to the existing and I think the new fits in. I have some personal comments about that stuff, but I think overall it is what it needs to be. And so I can definitely support it. And I don't think it's impacting the neighborhood or the community. So I think it's a good project.
All right, thank you, Dave. Yeah, I think we're all sort of generally supporting what you've got going here. I think, as I agree too, fairly modest, simple kind of plan layout. I mean, I agree a little bit with Tip. There may be some massing study that you could help improve on that west elevation. It's really just that one corner, and the roof overhang, is that the right solution, or is it timber, outlookers, or is it scallops like you have on the balcony, or something there to help? Although it's flush, it's not jogged out, but it is something about that roof and the integration of the railing that seems a little unfinished to me at this point. But again, it's very modest. I'd support it as you have it drawn. If you don't want to change it, that's fine. I think there might be a way to make it even a little better. And maybe you don't have the drop in the railing and you match what you have on the northwest elevation for railing there. That might help just kind of clean up that. It seems a little busy to me. But like I said, I could support it as it is. So nothing major. Anyway, I could certainly, if everybody else is okay, to have you come back for preliminary and final. Does anyone else have anything other than that to say? Should we?
Do we need to take up the full board's time or not?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think so. We could do it on consent.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
I agree. Yeah, let's go, move it to consent.
yeah. Let's do a preliminary and final on consent. Come back with that. That'd be great.
Okay.
All right.
Moving forward.
Thank you, Tom and Liz.
But Tom, being on consent does not eliminate the requirements. It speeds it up, but light fixtures, colors, details, whole thing, please.
Yes. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Let's go on to item 2, 1437 South Jameson Lane. Applicant online, please introduce yourself. And
Yeah, Zach Hansen here with the Warner Group.
okay, so Tip is standing down on this one.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Go ahead.
Oh, I think it's up.
Go ahead.
Go.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So 1437 South Jameson. This is a interesting lot, but this is essentially a vacant 3.27 acre lot with nothing on it currently. It's within a gated community to the south of the freeway. I'm sure we've all seen the beautiful gate that you enter it on at South Jameson Lane. But you travel south and you come to the site which is vacant. If we go to the photos, well, I guess I'll go over the FAR first. So currently we're at 92%. The main residence is 5,200 on the first floor and about 1,600 on the second floor. And that comes with an attached garage. And there's a couple other accessory buildings on the property. We have a detached garage, a cabana, an ADU, which I believe was not included in the description for some reason. But that is in the project, and as well as a gym. And as I said, we're still under the recommended. If we go to the next page, we can see some photos of the site. So here we are, pretty empty. The site is surrounded by a lot of oak trees, so it really feels pretty desolate. You really don't see any other residences except for maybe a couple of chimneys to some housing on the west side. On the east of the property, we have Montecito Creek, which is actually sunken below, pretty far from where the finished floor of the house will be from neighbors. If we want to go to the site, or I guess the next page has some additional neighborhood photos. There's a couple existing homes in the gated community, but the majority of it is pretty much empty, a couple empty lots and open space. So it's a pretty interesting little zone in the middle of Montecito.
Amazing.
If we want to go to the site plan, which is on page 5. So here's the proposed site plan. As I said, the lot is 3.27 acres, but the buildable area is actually quite small. You can see the dashed line of that surrounding the structures. So we've kind of, made it into a kind of a complex, because we don't have much area to spread out. The main house also comes with a pool as well. And we've actually met with the fire department and they've tentatively signed off on our turnaround that we're showing here now. Next page has a couple floor plans of the main residence. So here is the first floor, just to get a sense of the layout. And then below that is the second floor. So the second floor is mainly just 2 bedrooms. It's not a very large second floor. And there's a lot of covered deck spaces. Yeah, if you just go down
Sorry
there.
about that.
Yep, thank you. So there's a lot of covered deck spaces for the 2 bedrooms. And then that main central space is a 2-height story open to below, which will be pretty nice. Next page shows the roof plan, as well as the accessory building floor plans. So we have a couple height differences, which I'll go over in the elevations on the next page. So here's the conceptual elevations. This is of the main house, just to kind of give you guys an idea for the feel. But it's very Mediterranean, white plaster. We're trying to make it pretty formal. The client loves symmetry. So it's very symmetrical. And we're trying to go with a very tropical landscaping. So palm trees, bird of paradise, to kind of make this a little oasis. So that's all I got for you. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Let's go to questions of the board. Oh, no, you're not on. Claire, do you have any questions? Claire?
No, oh, I'm here. Well, the question, it's just a curiosity question as to why you've got so much room and it looks like a really beautiful building, except that it's all flat roofed. Why did you guys decide to put a flat roof on this?
It's just kind of the style that the client very much likes.
Okay, that
so
that
that's
answers
kind of
the question. Yeah. It's just that in that Bonnymead area, it's just mostly there aren't any flat roofs, so that's where I'm looking from anyway. But it's not an issue at all. I was just curious as to why you didn't go with a more cottage feel. So I mean, it's pretty contemporary looking. Okay, that's it for me.
Thank you, Claire. Sam, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Okay. John?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dave, can you go to the number 5, the site plan, the colored site plan? When you drive into this project, you're going to be driving by those 2 garages, which is not always the most elegant presentation to a project. Have you studied alternate ways to get the parking on the site so that it's not a predominant element right at the entry to the project, please?
We actually have studied that. I think the first pass, the garages were on the west side, kind of like where the ADU and the cabana are.
Yeah.
But you know, the program calls for 2 garages, and we plan to kind of put like a nice either wood trellis or some kind of decorative element across those to make it a more formal entry. So it's not just 2 separate, you know, elements, but it's connected by some sort of roof form or some sort of element that connects them. But yeah, we did try to put that on the west side, and then just given the minimal building envelope, it's like then that forces you to put the ADU and the cabana on the east side, which is just kind of where all the traffic is coming in, and you know, kind of less secluded as it would be on the west side. So it was looked at, but again, just given the minimal building area, this is kind of what we deemed as the best solution.
Okay, very good. And then can we go to the colored elevations? It looks like number 8. Is that what it is? You are in the coastal zone, and there is a provision in the coastal zone, as well as the primary inland ordinance, that allows 10% not to exceed 400 square feet of the roof to exceed the height limits. Number 1, were you aware of that position or provision? And number 2, do you think it would enable you to articulate either the entry or the south elevation in a way that you would want to articulate it?
I mean, it was our understanding that that was allowed in the Montecito plan area, but in the coastal zone, the 25-foot limit was pretty strict, was my understanding.
Kimberly, I looked it up this morning. That's why I'm saying, Kimberly, are you there? Hello, Kimberly?
I am, John. I'm here. John, can you tell me which section of the ordinance you're looking at in Article 2?
I would have to go and find it again. It was under the height limit, under the exceptions.
Under the exceptions. Okay, I will go and look at that now. That's a one I'm not familiar with.
Okay, and it's, you know, it's not a giveaway. You got to stay fairly contained to do this. But so those are all the questions that I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John. Dave Mendro, questions?
Yes, what's the extent and amount of the proposed grading? It's a fairly large flat level project, and it's not clear to me from the topography.
Right. At the time of this submittal, we didn't have an actual survey. These topo lines are generated off of this website that kind of does it. Since then, we've gotten our actual survey. So we still need to calculate exactly what that will be. But yeah, the pad that the building is on is pretty flat. And essentially right where the building is, there's this berm that raises up about maybe 4 feet or so. And so it's mostly going to be atop that berm, which is flat. But again, on the back side, it'll drop off. On the front side, it might go up. So we're obviously going to try to balance that as best we can. But again, for this conceptual submittal, the grading numbers are pretty conceptual as well.
Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Dave. Just to get my bearings on this too, it looks like you traverse across that area that's directly to the top of the page, which is north, I guess, of this, is a big green space that's shared by all of these properties. Is that correct? That's an undevelopable area.
Well, the property directly to the north of us is an actual property. So that's just another vacant lot. But north of that, there actually is a green space. I'm not sure if you can go to the photos on page 3. You can see kind of a more zoomed out map. So essentially on the top middle of the map there, you still can't really see it, but to the left of the 5, that is all a green space for the residents.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it has like a.
And where your numbers 1, 2, and 3 are, is that a lot? That's
another vacant lot.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So it could have a residence there. The reason I was questioning it was because you show a fair, I know you don't have a landscape plan developed yet, but it looks like you've got a fairly screened hedge running across that line. I was thinking.
Correct.
That was open green space.
Correct, yep.
If it's a lot, that's very. Could we also go to the elevations there, Dave, real quick, the colored elevations sheet? And you could zoom in on that top elevation real quick. I just was curious about the materials that we're seeing. Is that wood? It's plaster, and is it steel sash windows? And maybe describe what the materials are there that you got shown.
Okay, so yeah, the main material will be a 3-color plaster, which will ideally be a nice white, and then we have probably aluminum windows, and then the railings and the louvers that are over the windows will also be metal, probably aluminum. And we have some metal canopies above like the larger openings, either steel or aluminum. And then above the decks, on both the north and south elevation, we have a wood trellis type thing. And you can see at the north elevation over the garage on the far left, that is going to be a wood trellis extending over to the other garage to kind of make that entry more grand.
So it creates a porte-cochere kind of coming into the
Yeah, correct.
entry court. Okay, got it. All right. That was all I had for questions. All right, let's go to public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to this item number 2 at 1437 South Jameson Lane?
Bill, I haven't received any letters and no one is here raising their hand. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. We'll close public comment and we'll go to comments of the board. Claire, what are your thoughts on this project?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's a nice project, and I guess my comment would be for the applicant to restudy the height of the central part so that it wasn't so flat, you know. And I think this is tagging on to Mr. Watson's not his comment, his question. Especially, you know, it would be so much nice to me. This building would be, it's so flat, you know, it's so flat occurs to me. It looks very flat. And if we could go up with that central element a few feet, for me, that would be a more pleasing building to my sight. So those are the only comments. Other than that, I think it's fine.
Okay, great. Thank you, Claire. John Watson, what are your comments?
Kimberly, did you find the answer, please? Am I right or wrong?
Are correct. It allows architectural elements to exceed the base zone height restriction by 8 feet or more, provided that it's less than 10% of the aggregate total roof area or 400 square feet, whichever is less. It does say architectural elements, though, and I need to do a little more research to determine if elements is living space or not living space.
My guess, I don't know this, Zach, but my guess is that you could make a strong argument that a parapet is an architectural element. Leave the roof where it is, but that's Claire identified exactly what I was going to say. I think the building would be nicer if you could articulate that central piece a little bit, bring a little bit more into it. I think it's a very, very nice project. I don't think I've ever said this since I've been on this board, but I'm jealous. So now on the site plan, being jealous, site plan, please. It may just be really well-designed garage doors, really unique garage doors. Yep. Something that's like on a clicker that folds open like a bifold, something so it does not look like a garage. I think my sense is it's unfortunate that it's assuming this is a standard garage door, I think this is an unfortunate entry to the project, and otherwise very, very nice project. But if you guys spend a little extra effort on that, I think it's going to be great. I think it can come back for preliminary.
No planners.
I think we should, yeah, I think we should do it. My sense is 2 steps, not 1. Let's really get everything locked down right, and then I think we can move it on to consent. But very nice project. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Sam, what are your comments on this?
Yeah, thank you, Bill. Yeah, I like the project. I like kind of the strength shown and keeping the symmetry kind of in respect to all axes. I think the landscape would be important to kind of soften some of the massing that I think everybody's talking about in terms of the flatness of the program or the style. I think if there's some large palms and large groupings of trees in appropriate spots that soften the building, it'll feel very nicely situated and integrated. But all in all, I think it's a well-conceived project. Thank you.
Right. And Dave Mendro, what are your comments?
Yeah, I'm very familiar with this property, and personally, I'm a little disappointed that the scheme isn't more taking advantage of the natural site and more organic. That being said, I understand your clients want something formal and symmetrical, and in that case, I think this is a well-conceived design. I'm fine with the flat roof. I like that contemporary approach, but it's all in the details. So I would want to see the details and the landscape, I think, too, that really can help articulate and soften this project. But overall, I think the scale, the massing location, the fact that it's really hidden from view from most everywhere is all very nice, and I can support the project.
Great, thank you, Dave. Yeah, I agree with all the comments. You know, I forgot to ask Zach what the heights of the floor to floors were. I mean, maybe there's a way you can play with those and get a little variation on the center elements, possibly if you've got 9 and 10 and 11 foot ceilings. I don't know, what do you have there in those elevations?
I think it's about 13 feet to the second floor. And so, yeah, I hope John is correct in that we can pop it up.
Maybe it's
that would be great. But yeah, it's we are pretty strapped for height, you know, just because of this 25 feet. So
maybe there's a way to articulate a little of both. I like the architectural style for sure. I think a little bit of softening in the elevation would go a long way. And I think, as Sam has said, planting will be helpful. And at the end of the day, I think your details will really be a strong element of this. You know, how are those aluminum louvers working and the awnings working, and how do they all work and look and feel and fit? And I think that'll be a critical part of this whole project. So, but you know, generally, I'm in favor for what you've got started here. So, that being said, you're going to continue on. You're going to get a planner, and then you'll come back when you.
Planner will put it, once they get a planner, the planner can put it on the agenda for preliminary.
Absolutely, yeah. And then we'll see again. So landscape, and obviously give us all the elevations. It'd be nice to see the detached structures in your elevation too. You know, I see you show the garage, but maybe show the cabana next to it on the other side, and, you know, show us how that whole thing will look in elevation.
Yep.
Well, so that'd be
They
great.
can do all of that at preliminary.
Hey, Bill, do you want to address story poles too?
Yeah, well,
Whether
that
they're required.
question, we've said in the past, I guess not a requirement, but it, you know, we're pushing the envelope here height-wise. Do we feel like we need to have story poles on this property here to be consistent with what, you know, would be the second floor, obviously, only, I guess.
Absolutely. I don't see any reason not to ask for them.
Yeah. Okay. Go to your roof plan there, Dave. Maybe we can. Let's,
Maybe they can just story pole the four corners of the main building with a line in between them. I mean, we've got a box here, and you know, and if we're just trying to get the height of the building for us to look at, well, put story poles up.
yeah, go to the roof plan 2 sheets down, Dave. There, I think we can give them some direction on where to.
Let me zoom out here real quick. And then,
Yeah, so
Just do the four corners of the building. That's all.
well, we can do the outside edges of the 2 outer second floor elements there. You know, the ones that have the roof decks in front. Do we want to just do that? What do you think? Just that corner?
I just think we do the four corners of the 2-story building.
Yeah,
That's all I'm saying.
yeah, that'll give them the 4 corners of the largest, tallest part, essentially. you know,
given, that we've in the past, I mean, we all know what it costs the applicant to put up the story poles, and this is such a simple building. I think we just need to have the four corners put
Yeah.
up with flags on them, and then we'll go out and look at it.
here and there. How about that? Everybody okay with that?
How, Zach, are those roof deck roofs at the same height as the main building itself?
I mean, they're probably like a foot or two lower, but they're obviously all open and you can see right through them.
Okay, my recommendation, this is a massing model that we're trying to get on site. Let's do what Claire asked. Let's just be a little bit too big. And that's going to give us the very worst case. My guess is no one can see this. My guess is 25 feet. If they're able to articulate the middle, I don't think we need to put them to extra expense to articulate the middle.
Okay.
They might have to put up a total of 6 poles just to get the string across, 2 in the middle, but I think we should see the extent of the mass of this building.
Out here and out here.
Yeah, the four corners, and then
That's it. I think that's quote unquote the worst case
Scenario.
Yeah, we cannot be criticized for understating anything from anybody. And I think we all have a pretty good idea what it's going to be.
I agree.
We'll see.
That's standard for 2-story structures.
Okay, all right, so we'll give them those 4. You see that, Zach?
Yeah, gotcha.
All right. Okay, all right, very good. Let's move on to.
Nice job, Zach.
yeah, good job.
Item number.
Thanks, guys.
All right, item number 3, 499 Crocker Sperry Drive. This one's here for concept review. No planner. Is there anyone in the audience? Or not the audience, but yeah.
I'm here with Level Up Design, Blake Herbst, and we have 2 attendees that would like to join as well, Kaylee and Mark.
I tried to move Kaylee over. Let me see if I can do it again. I can't move Kaylee over, so I'll just allow, oh, there she goes. Okay. Who else did you want? Mark?
Yep.
M-A-R-C, Mark?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, 499 Crocker Sperry Drive. We have a small addition where we're really just infilling 2 locations and matching the existing conditions as close as possible. It's 335 square foot addition to an existing 4,553 square foot residence. I could not get the FAR calculator to autofill, and I tried a bunch of tried online, different PDF readers. Can you let me know if I'm missing something?
Are you using a Macintosh to do it?
Yes.
That's probably.
That's
Really?
The
And gosh, I've learned you need to use Chrome to fill it out.
You're not Chrome. Okay. I'll do that. Well, we're well under that with a 1.3 acre lot.
We have an FAR of 0.91.
Okay, thank you, John.
You're welcome.
Okay, all right, go ahead, Blake.
Okay. That rendering above, you can kind of see the 2 from that aerial perspective. You can see the 2 spots where we infill, and with this design, it has existing flat roofs and pitched roof with no overhangs, which made it really easy to add on our 2 flat roof locations. If you go to the next page, you'll see the site plan, and you can see where we infilled right there, the new addition. Right there, yep, and there. And if you go back to the rendering, you can kind of see how they just blend in and fit with the context of the existing conditions. And we have more renderings right after that on the 3rd page, or that is photos, sorry. And that number 1 is the addition off the master bedroom. It's a closet and his bath. So just filling in, yep. We're just filling in that.
That corner there.
Yep. Nope, to the left a little bit. And we're leaving half of that exposed. So it's just right in the middle. We split it and filled that corner in. To the right, if you go back to the, or if we go down to the floor plan on page 5, that'll,
Right.
yeah, yep. So there you can see we filled in half of that. And then the breakfast
Added the
room
breakfast room.
on the top left, and we're matching all the windows and lighting to the existing. Here, that image number 2 shows where it's filled in from the pool side, and image number 1. And then if you go to the next page is, well, if you zoom out a little bit, you can see the other renderings.
Oops, sorry.
Yeah.
That's the back side of the house where you're kind of facing the golf course and down on 6 and 5. And again, that's the flat roof area is the infill, that kind of dining room area that we had added on, breakfast room off to the right, and it kind of fits in well with the overall elevation too. That's the existing south elevation and proposed south elevation below it.
Okay, keep going.
And this is where you can see it's infilled on the east side. All the elevations will look, yeah, very similar. The same. North elevation, dashed in area is the proposed. And then we have landscape with Kaylee on here as well.
So landscape wise, I apologize, my plans are a little beyond conceptual phase. We weren't sure how we were going to get agendized, but it's pretty straightforward. The driveway is to remain. So the hardscape and all the site walls are to remain. So the hardscape from the public view is relatively unchanged for hardscape and site walls. So it's mostly planting changes. We're removing some not so healthy Pyrus calcomii and a few straggly pines, leaving the significant trees that are in the front yard, and adding some large box fruitless olives in the driveway. We're adding 1 parking space along the driveway that'll be gravel, so not adding to the impervious surface. And then this site, as you saw in the existing pictures, was almost surrounded all the way around the house with this pinkish orange concrete that went from the retaining walls all the way up to the sills of the doors. And there were quite a few drainage issues. So the pool is to remain, but we're proposing to remove all the other concrete and reset the grades so they don't have those drainage issues, and create quite a bit more planting and softer hardscape around the house. The materials will be kind of a light sandstone colored tile over concrete, and then just gravel with steel header. The screening around the property was very hodgepodge, so we're cleaning that up with a more uniform ficus hedge. And the planting will be very Mediterranean and drought tolerant. We removed all the turf except for leaving it in the, it's existing in the driveway joints. So that's the only place it's to remain. I can answer any other questions. Landscape lighting will all be night sky friendly, downward facing and shielded. So I can.
Okay. Is that all of it? Okay. All right, let's go on to questions from the board members. Tip, do you have any questions?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Okay. Claire, any questions?
I would like to see the original site plan in the very beginning of the package, way up at the top. I still don't, I know oh, okay, yeah, this is what I wanted to see. So I know it's not part of this project. I get all of that. But I just wanted to see where this proposed AUD was going to go. Okay, fine. Thank you. That's all. That was the only question I had.
Sam, questions?
The only question I have is, I think at the beginning you showed Burnham Woods Design Committee and their HOA has seen this. Have they approved levels of this so far?
Yes, we have a signed letter approved from them. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, I thought I saw that. I just wanted to ask the question because I can't really read it as well. Okay, so that's already been vetted through the Burnham Wood Association and no neighbors are
Yeah,
saying
they
anything?
actually made us move the ADU within the property lines, which is an
Okay.
struggled with them. They control that a little bit, but we're there.
That's my only questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sam. John Watson, any questions?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I look at the photographs, I look at the light fixtures and I look at that terrible concrete which you're taking out. I'm not so sure I understand what style you have now. And I'm wondering if you have a comment about where you want to go with this project stylistically, would imply changing the light fixtures and perhaps having the landscape decking and landscaping material take on a certain character to lead you in a given direction. So do you have a sense of the direction, since it seems like this building has got at least a split personality at this point?
Mark, maybe you have something to add on the lighting.
If Mark's not on, I can chime in on the landscape. So I agree. This house definitely came with a split personality. And the client really likes the traditional interior design that this house actually had. They are putting their own touches on it, but they didn't necessarily want it to be a fully modern landscape, which would maybe be implied by the projections, those kind of projections on the architecture. So we're going with really the Montecito palette of the sandstone and light gray tones in the paving.
Actually, Kaylee,
yeah.
Kaylee, can I break in? I'm sorry, I finally found my unmute button. Hey, everyone, my name is Mark Gelinas. I worked with the clients extensively on this job and brought in, well, they brought in Kaylee and I brought in Blake. I have been trying to get Mr. Gluck to give us the money to change the lighting. I would appreciate it if I could get some help from you all saying that we would like to switch it. In my imagination, I keep seeing it as a more of a modern transitional lantern rather than those French lanterns. And the pink concrete has definitely, we're going to be covering it with a large 18 by, I think it's 12 by 24 inch porcelain tile that looks like limestone. It's a commercial grade non-slip for the wet area, considering the client's age. The Marvin windows that are there, we just want to maintain the same windows so that it was cost effective and would get by Burnham easily, since that house has been in that form for a number of years. Does that
Thank you,
help?
Mr. Chairman. Yes, it does. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all the questions I have.
All right, thank you, John. Dave Mendro, did you have questions?
Yes, do you have a landscape lighting plan that shows the location and number of landscape lights?
Yes, it should be on our planting sheet, Blake.
And yeah, it is. Oh,
The OP1 maybe.
Do you know which page on the PDF? That's a little easier for me.
Well, here's something here. This is
Might be page 20.
This is the Wheelock Calcs.
Sorry, I'm looking at it on, yeah, so page 20, you can see the lighting symbols in red. So it's all path lights and down lights.
Okay, thank you.
I already asked you, Tip. You didn't have any questions, did you, Tip?
Yes, I do not have any questions.
Okay. And I don't think I do. I actually have one question. If you go back to the elevation sheet there, Dave, I think this is an existing condition. I just wanted to check. There's one of the elevations there. I think that one right there. Don't change anything. Is that a site wall? What is happening there? That band that's running across horizontally on the south elevation? That's existing.
That's an existing plaster wall that acts as a screen to the garage, which is opposite it.
Oh, okay. All right. So that's an existing condition there.
Yep.
It has planting already on one side and will on the other. So you can't see that it's not grounded.
Okay. That was the only question I had. Okay, let's go to public comment. Do we have anybody in the audience that would like to speak to this item number 499 Crocker Sperry Drive? Any letters, anything? Sharon, anything?
Oh, I'm sorry. We don't have any letters or anybody here with their hand raised.
Okay, very good. Then I'll close public comment. We'll go to comments from the board. John Watson, what are your comments on this project?
It's modest in scale. It's what they're doing is nice. I guess my greatest comment is please try to identify a compelling architectural style, whatever it might be. I'm not trying to tell you Spanish or modern or contemporary, but just try to really grab a hold of that. This is the time to get that done. And I think that the landscaping and the lighting are going to be important because you're really not doing very much else. So anyway, I would highly encourage you to do that. And I guess I would think we could come back to the full board on this, although I must admit I'm beginning to think maybe it ought to come to the consent calendar. It's really not very much. I think it's about the landscaping, what Claire and Sam think about which review is appropriate for this project.
There's no planner yet, so.
Yeah, I know, but
yeah.
I don't think we need, no stories, just where do people think?
Yeah, we don't need to belabor it, sure. Claire, what are your comments on this?
Well, I have a question, because we're going to, the outside lighting, okay, and I saw the plan. Do you have it anywhere on your paperwork that you've handed in? Are there any pictures of the outdoor fixtures that you're going to be using?
We can give it to Blake and he can add it.
They're on there.
I don't think it showed.
Oh, there they are. There they are. Got it.
Yeah.
That's what that's exactly what I wanted to see. I just wanted to see if I could help out Mark with, okay, somehow. Yeah, because I think for me, I mean, I have no problem with the lighting as it's proposed. And it's correct, but I was just trying to find out if there was some way that we could help the applicant with these lighting fixtures that are on the building, which are completely inconsistent with anything that we're talking about. So that's, and I don't, so I can't help you out here. I think those fixtures that are on the side of the building, especially given Mr. Watson is looking, they're out of character with the rest of the building. They're just so out of character. They need to be replaced with something that's in character with this very white building, more contemporary looking, whatever. That's what my
Hi, this is Mark again. I really do want to replace the lighting that's on the outside of the building.
I know. I'm trying to find a way to give you that.
And thank you all for helping me get this into a more transitional style house rather than the Central Park wall lights.
Yeah, and the lights just don't fit. They just don't fit whatever Mr. Watson is he's pointing to. It's the same thing. They're just jarring, when you look at the elevations. So anyway, other than that, those are the rest of the project looks fine,
Thank you, Claire. Tip, what are your comments on this?
Yes, I do agree with all the comment from John. It's a pretty modest in scale, and I definitely don't have any issue with this, and I can support it. Thank you.
All right. Sam, your comments?
Well, I agree. The architecture is very modest and the infill is, conceived nicely. I think I'm having a struggle with what I heard in the explanation about the hardscape being upgraded with some new larger module pavers is very nice. I'd like to see where those pavers and where the new hardscape changes are going to be in plan, and maybe a sample of material just as a picture. Also, I'd like to see what landscape is changing. In looking at this lighting plan, I'm sure it's been landscaped as all places in Burnham are, but I'm curious about the new trees and the new materials being added and how they are depicted. Maybe they're in color versus the rest of the existing landscape is left black and white, but some kind of area graphic that shows the changes with the hardscape changes would be very helpful for me. And the integration of the lighting, I think, is also important. But all in all, it's existing conditions are what they are. You're just enhancing and upgrading it. So I have no trouble with supporting the project. And I like you integrating the materials in a much nicer way and a much better quality approach throughout. So I'd like to see that depicted next time. Thank you.
All right.
Can I respond briefly just to tell you there's a demo plan, to point out the demo plan?
Is there a demo plan that shows what you're taking out? I just want to see where you're adding new things. It's hard for me to decipher on the
and I apologize
without you pointing it to me.
Yeah, these plans were a little ahead of this of conceptual review for a variety of factors. But if you go to page 16 is the demo plan for hardscape. So the red shading is the portions of the concrete that are being removed. And then where it's shaded in, the stippling, that is either to remain or be replaced by these additions onto the architecture. So to the north of the structure is where most of the concrete's coming out. And then the concrete around the pool deck is getting the tile matching limestone colored porcelain tile all around the pool area.
If you could bring back the graphics, because it's hard for me to tell. It all looks stippled. It all looks the same.
Yeah, it looks the same,
Can you see the red?
I can't tell.
And I'd like to point out to the board, actually,
make it more prominent.
We're at conceptual right now, and this project needs to come back anyway. And a number of things that we're dealing into. This is just conceptual, and the size, bulk, and scale, and from what I'm hearing is everything is fine. The detailing of it needs to happen at preliminary final, in my opinion.
Well, if you can give them feedback, then that's one less thing.
That's why I was giving them direction on how to bring it back to us, so it's more obvious what you're
right.
Yeah,
Yes,
let's-
we can do that.
okay.
Thanks, Sam.
Did we catch it, Sam?
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
And I also, Kaylee, don't you have a picture of the tile on
Yes.
your drawings?
On the hardscape plan, there's a picture of the tile.
Can you
Which
tell
sheet
me?
is that?
So I think 15, if you scroll up one sheet, maybe. 14, sorry.
Oh,
Doesn't translate great on the computer, but
Yeah, okay, great. It's beige tile.
It really looks like limestone.
yeah, it does.
a picture of a field of that in its, several tiles would be better too. Anyway.
Italia.
All right, thank you, Sam. Dave Mendro, what are your comments on this?
I don't have anything to add. I think it's a nice infill project for the architecture, and obviously it's a detailed landscape plan, so just finishing out the details, but I can support the project.
Okay, thank you, Dave. Did I get everybody? I think I did. Yeah, I agree. I think it's a pretty modest addition. I think it fits in with the existing architecture in terms of mass, bulk, and scale. And I would agree with John and others that the lighting fixture would be great if you have the opportunity to change that. We're not requiring it, but certainly it would be a nice addition to help establish a better character and style for that architecture. So that being said, you have no
Get yourself a planner.
when you get a planner, and you can have them schedule you for
Preliminary.
review. And if you feel comfortable, take it as far as you want, and we'll give you as much as we can. Okay. All right. Thank you.
I suggest they come back for preliminary final. There really aren't any issues, right?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mendro. I was trying to interrupt and say the same thing.
Okay, we can have them come back for preliminary and final when they get a planner.
Full board?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, let's go on to item number 4, 658 Lilac Drive. It is a concept review as well, no planner here also. So is the applicant online?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
This is Sam Holroyd.
Okay, Sam, give us your presentation if you would.
Okay. So this is a very difficult site to figure out the correct development for. This first sheet is just to familiarize you with the site photographs. There you go. And this was obviously was destroyed in the floods of 2018. And we can go to the next sheet. So these are studies. The first plate is the that's perfect. The flood map for this latest flood, and you can see that it's the creek is on the east of the property. There is a bridge at Alisos that caused debris and boulders to jump out of the creek a little further upstream, and it came down, the boulder field came down and took out the house to the right side, the east side of the property. The second plate is the map from 1974, and that shows the house on the property on the corner there. That was severely damaged by boulders in 1974 and repaired and was taken out and is in that number A photo up in a tree from this latest flood. So that zone, kind of from the middle of the property to the east, is the most dangerous area of the property. Plate number 3 is showing it with the tan color. That is roughly where the boulder debris field was. The red is where the heavy flooding occurred. And then to the west, the western side of the property is really the area of the property that was least impacted and we would most like to locate the house on for safety reasons. If you then go to plate 4, that is our oak tree overlay with a riparian habitat to the southeast, significant oaks on the western side. The oak to the northeastern side of the lot is the arborist said was so damaged from the flood that it needs taking out and it's not going to survive. Plate number 5 shows our front yard setbacks being on a corner lot, and those are consuming, the best location for the siting of the house to get away from the creek. And then plate number 6 is the ensemble of all the different impacts on the house, on site, that is, dictating, kind of showing where the safest, most responsible place to site the house is going to be. And the reason that I go into this in such detail is we're going to be asking your board for two considerations that I know that you don't traditionally like to approve. The first one being removing of an otherwise fairly healthy oak tree, which is the one that is right next to the house in plate 6 to the right side of it, to the left side of it. And the second thing is to allow for 2 driveways to be built for this site. Lilac Drive is only 16 feet wide, leaves no room for guest parking on the street, or just nothing, no room for anything. So if we go to our next sheet, this sheet's showing our oak tree study, our oak tree report, the tree at the top right corner of the property that the arborist says needs removing, and then the tree, it's oak tree number 3. It is right to the left of the house, and that's the tree that we're asking to be removed. Exactly correct. Then if we go to the next page, we get to our final design solution that we are asking for approval for, which is a guest driveway loop squeezed in to the western side to get guests off the street and provide for some place to park. Removing that one oak tree, number 3, that we're able, because of the topography, the rise in elevation of Alisos Drive to the north, we're able to shove the house up 10 feet closer, I think it is, to the public right-of-way. So we're able to reduce our setbacks there. We're staying on our setbacks to Lilac to the west, and then we're siting our patio, pool, and pergola area in really the only area that is left for, without oaks in it for the rest of the site. The oak, yeah, that's fine. Or actually, yeah, the arborist for the oak tree that we are asking to be removed is suggesting replacing it with 4 saplings on that Alisos road side in the area of the tree that was so damaged by the floods that it needs removing. So this page is our site sections, and the site section BB is the west elevation of the home. So essentially, from looking from Lilac, shows the topography where the road steps up to Alisos, and shows our height restriction, our 32-foot height restriction. And then the other is this site section in the other direction, getting up to our elevation to avoid the flood elevation. And if we go to the next page, it breaks down our floor plan, two-story. A portion of it. Our FAR is 103% of the recommended maximum. And this next page is just a preliminary first pass of the aesthetic for the east and the west elevations. I didn't want to go too far and develop the plans out too far, because I know that having two driveways is frowned upon. I know that removing that oak tree is frowned upon, but I wanted to try to explain to the board why it is we're asking for these elements. The clients owned the house previously and watched it get destroyed, and they want to live on this property once this house is built, and they don't want to have to lay in bed when it rains and think, you know, do we need to evacuate again just for what has happened before. So we're trying to make something that they want that works with what we're anticipating could be, if it floods again, trying to get out of that most critical portion of the lot. And I can answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Let's go to questions of the board. Tip, do you have any questions?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Okay, Sam, any questions?
And unmute myself. Yeah, Sam, I listened. You said that your proposed mitigation on Alisos, but I think in what I'm seeing on one of your plans is looking like trees that are shown on Lilac. So you're
yeah. So those trees I just were just for the aesthetic of myself, mostly trying to visualize the approach to the house, what you're seeing.
Okay.
The first tree being, you know, I certainly don't want you to see the garage doors immediately. The second tree frames the house very nicely. Those aren't the actual mitigation trees. Those are just kind of for my own thinking of how this.
No, that's thanks for clarifying that. I was thinking those were your mitigation trees, but I heard you say they were going to be on Alisos, which makes sense. So you have some privacy from that. And being a corner lot, you've got kind of, you know, restrictions of privacy no matter what anyway. So I was curious about those trees and how they were shown. Other than that, that's all the questions I have, Bill.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Claire, did you have any questions?
Yeah, I'm assuming you must, Sam, you must have been talking to the flood department. What is your new flood elevation?
Our newest.
This has got to be raised up from where it used to be. So I just kind of wanted, you didn't talk about that.
It does have to be raised up. The AFE is, I believe, 4 feet above the pad of where we're talking about locating the house. So we're having to raise it up that much. Let's see. Yeah, the AFE, the assumed flood elevation is 353.4. and the pad is 350.0 existing, so raising it up that little bit to get out of the flood zone. Yeah, so in that there's 350.3 and 353.4 is the AFE.
Okay, on the, can I ask, Bill, can I ask another question then?
Yeah, absolutely.
On the agenda, we've got it, the agenda says there's proposed project will not require any grading. If you're gonna raise the house, you're gonna have to do some grading. So that's just, yeah, that's it. I mean,
We're going to have to, because this is a historically, basically a floodplain, debris field of, ancient floods. The soil is just cobbles mixed with rock, mixed with dirt. So there's no way of doing traditional removal and recompaction. You'd be going down way too deep. So the house has raised floor, and it's on caissons, and it has a crawl space underneath it. So we will have to do a small amount to get, let's say, for example, the steps into it. We'll have to do grading for the driveway, but we haven't.
okay, yeah, I get it, fine. Okay, I mean, it's the first time we've seen it,
I'm kind of just getting comments.
I would strongly recommend that you get a planner sooner than later, by the way. That's.
Yep, absolutely. We really wanted to make sure before we went too far down this road that you guys could approve what we're asking. So as soon as we get your response on that, we'll move forward based on your response.
We're not going to give you that approval.
Dang it.
Conceptual.
Yeah.
I mean, so don't hold your breath here,
Talk about that. Okay, thank you, Claire. John Watson, what are your questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have several. On the agenda, it says that there's a 1,050 square foot accessory building. I don't see it on the site plan or in the FAR calculation. Was this a previous idea that didn't make it?
Accessory structure approximately. Wait, yeah, that must,
So it's not part of the project?
Correct.
Okay, excellent, thank you. Have you studied driveway and guest parking alternatives that do not require two driveways?
I have.
And what happened? Please.
So utilizing Alisos becomes extremely difficult for the fact of approaching the house on the end elevation rather than the side elevation, and the topography drop is going to be awkward to drop that elevation and height in order to get to the front door. And doing it from the south side would require, the clients wanted a 3-car garage. We have such a narrow house, you'd have to somehow get an elegant looking front door right in the middle of 3 garage doors, which would be very challenging aesthetically as well. We tried doing a small motor court that could return back and utilize the southern driveway entrance only. That just pushed the house too much to the east. It started impacting the oak trees. It started getting into that boulder field.
Okay, well, that's.
Okay, thank you. A steep roof, and it looks like you're 10 and 12 or 12 and 12, something like that, is, I think, a very beautiful roof. And I'm wondering if you are planning on having cathedral ceilings, open ceilings, as opposed to flat ceilings up in those tall roofs.
Yes, we were planning on that. Probably in consideration of budget, they would be a scissor truss, so they wouldn't be as steep as the exterior, but they would definitely be vaulted, and they would still be very tall and airy and light.
On the interior.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, John. Dave Mendro, questions?
No questions, Bill. Thanks.
Questions. Okay. Did I get everybody? Questions? Any questions? I have a question, Sam. Are your elevations reflecting your AFE plus 24 already, or are you saying you still have to raise this up?
No, this is accurate to raising up the level of the home.
Okay, so this is showing it now.
Yeah.
And then just to quickly, I know this is early, but your materials, are you doing a slate roof, plaster?
Yes.
Is that a standing seam on the back there maybe, or something?
Yes, yeah, copper on the back there, standing seam, slate roofs, copper gutters is probably what we're going to be doing, but yeah, that kind of look, yeah.
Okay, and some kind of a stone entry surround of some sort, or?
Yeah, I thought that to kind of play up to add a little emphasis to the front door, a smooth cut limestone would maintain that kind of crisp, modernized version of a French farmhouse or country house.
Mm-hmm. Got it. Okay, very good.
And then on the rear there would be some the central element is the dining room, and that would be 10 by 10 exposed timber posts with a lintel over the top, and that one element there I was thinking would have exposed rafter tails, timber tails, and then the rest is just the cove plaster.
Okay. All right, that sounds good. Thank you. All right, let's go on to public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that'd like to speak to this item? Number 4, 658 Lilac Drive.
No, I don't have any letters and no one's raised their hand. Thank you.
Okay, we'll close public comment. We'll go to comments from the board members. Tip, what are your thoughts on this project?
Well, I think it's a very, based on what I've seen, the elevations, the site plan, it's definitely a very difficult site, but I think it can be a very beautiful home. And I'd probably like to reserve my judgment until the story poles are up and we can see it better on site.
Okay, all right, thank you, Tip. Sam, what are your comments on this project?
Yeah, I agree with Tip that this is a very challenging site. You've got a corner, you've got setbacks on the corners, you've got an extensive oak grove and topography issues that really pinch the footprint of what can happen to what is being shown in this narrow little section. And, you know, knowing that Lilac and Aliso are tight little streets and the elegance of landscaping is close to the street, there's not a lot of room to pull over. There's certainly no parking. I kind of find that the lot has a hardship for automobiles and has a hardship for setbacks and the oak trees. So the things that are being proposed here seem reasonable. And on top of all that, it's in a floodplain. So there's so many strikes against developing this lot that I think it narrows itself to such a small area that I'm in favor of the 2 openings to allow for some off-street parking. in favor of kind of the way he's wiggled it in there, and mitigation for that oak tree seems appropriate, certainly in areas that are open. So in general, I think he's moving in a good direction, knowing, you know, all these constraints, but certainly story poles, as Tip mentioned, to be important, and the planner's input. But as far as, you know, a board member, I think, you know, he's done a good job exploring all the options, and really he has very few areas to make this property succeed. But I think he's done a great job with this narrow footprint and the style and fitting it into these constraints that he has. So that's all for now.
All right, thank you, Sam. John Watson, what are your comments on this?
I like this project. I think the architecture is very handsome. You know, we do not have a mandated style in Montecito, so we see it all. And I think that this is one of the nicer renditions of this particular type of or style of architecture that we've seen. I don't think I'm going to be able to easily vote for 2 driveway cuts. I think that there may be a modest way to come in from the south, have just come up exactly like you have that driveway shown. It looks to me like you can get 2 cars side by side in that driveway just to the west of the driveway that you have. You can pull back into the garage area, have some kind of a charming walkway up to the front door. And I think it works. You're showing 2 cars. I think that the solution or the proposal I have has 2 cars. So that's where I'm coming from. Now, in terms of trying not to cost very much money, in the 8+ years I've been on this board, we have never had what I would call a preliminary site visit. And rather than going to all of the expense of putting up story poles, and in consideration to the fact that this applicant is doing a nice job, is obviously disclosed everything to us, I'm wondering if we could go on out to the site without site poles as soon as the next meeting. And now you're going to have to file for a land use permit in order to get us to be able to get out there. But then really take a hard look about this driveway and whether or not this driveway is absolutely required or there are other alternatives. Besides that, I don't see that you have very many alternatives on where you can put this house. I think it's modestly sized for this property, so I don't have any problems with that. So it's an idea. I don't know if other members would be interested. And then once the site plan is worked out, then we could look at the architecture and see whether or not that's something we think is not going to cause blockage of views or whatever in the site. So that's what I'm about, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, John. Claire, comments?
I thank you for your ingenuity here, Mr. Watson. Try to figure out how, you know, because I kind of am in agreement with Mr. Watson. I think that I'm kind of really little iffy about these 2 driveway openings, you know, and so I would, for me, you know, I think, you know, I think my comment would be to restudy this whole parking thing, you know, and relook at the site plan and how to get away with what you've designed and not having 2 entrances. I think it's possible to actually have 1 entrance, you know, off of Lilac, and, you know, maybe it's not as far down. Maybe it kind of, the entrance is closer to, and anyway, there's a lot of options here. You know, I have no problem with the architecture of the house. I think it's, you know, going to be a really lovely house for that neighborhood. And, but I do think there's more work to be done with the site planning. And I love Mr. Watson's idea of going out there before we put the story poles up, or if we have a site visit, the story poles and the site visit could be all at one time. when we schedule, when you get a planner who can schedule all of that for you.
Yes. All right. Thank you, Claire. Dave Mendro, your comments.
Well, to start with, I appreciate how the applicant presented the project and showing us the overlays of the constraints of the flood constraints, the riparian habitat, the oak trees. I mean, this is a very challenging site. So I think that he's demonstrated that this is definitely the location for the building. So really the question in my mind is the parking. Two questions. Is the building height conforming to the required building height of?
Yeah.
Okay, and is the parking conforming? I know sometimes there's issues with having parking in the front yard setback. Is the parking the way it's shown now conforming?
Let's see, the required third space could be in the back out area or the garage area. Yeah.
Okay. Well, given the constraints of the site and the fact that you're preserving the oak trees and creating a safe place for your clients who lost the other house, I'm open to considering the two driveway curb cuts, especially since the one is well recessed from the street, and then because I think that does offer more opportunity for landscaping to give some buffer from the street, from the building. But I would encourage you to study options for the single access, because that would be preferred. But I think from what I see, you're going in the right direction. Site visit's very important. And I would vote for having story poles at the site visit, because I don't think the building's going anywhere else. And I think that would be very helpful for me to understand the project, but that's up to you and the rest of the board as well. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Dave. Tip, did I ask you comments?
Yes, you have.
Okay. So I agree with what I'm hearing from the other board members. I mean, if we're not allowed to have parking in the setback, then to hammerhead it, as we could see working, would not be allowed. Technically, those spaces that you show are really just sort of designating a pullout area, not really a parking area, I guess. If he was to do a hammerhead, where the only place he could do it, right there to the left of the garage, it would be considered parking and it'd be in the setback. So I'm not sure you have many options to do other than to show parking in the area that's just south or south of the garage. I would be open, to being okay, again, with the site visit as an exception, to allow the through driveway for that reason, I think, because there are really not many other options for additional parking and pull out. So, and I agree with Dave. I think that a site visit, because I think the house is going to be where the house is going to be. I'm not sure he's going to be able to move it to the east any further. He's already pinched against the oaks and the rock there. So I think if he did the story poles and we did a site visit and looked at the location of the entry gates with the through driveway and the story poles all in one site visit, probably be most efficient. Is everybody in agreement with that concept?
Yeah, but the whole thing here, Bill, is based on him getting a planner.
Yes.
All of these things that we keep talking about. Yes, the applicant, Sam, has done a great job, but none of these can be worked out until a planner sees this plan.
Right.
And so it just seems like going over and over it again. We can't give an approval. We're just making comments, and each person here has got their own interpretation, their own way of seeing things. But until the planner says, yes, go, then none of this makes any, to me, doesn't, it's like, okay, fine. We got to review it. We saw it, that we like the house, now the planner needs to see, and if this project is actually going to work on this site.
Yes. Yeah.
Per the rules, because ultimately, I know Sam said, Sam did, Mr. Holroyd. I've known him so most of his life. That's why I keep calling him Sam. But, make sure that when you come back or you go to your planner, you give the planner your arborist report, because ultimately the removal of one, that it's a 10-to-1. So, you said that your arborist had another number that you mentioned, but, in order to mitigate that removal, you're going to have to do 10-to-1. You could, at this point in time, you could remove another oak. You're allowed to remove oaks, as long as you mitigate for that. So the fact that you've constrained everything around keeping all of the oaks except the one that's going away, that if you removed another oak, you might be able to find some room to do some different things here. So I just need to say that.
Okay, thank you, Claire. So that being said, I think Sam Holroyd, you have our comments. I'd say work with your planner, think about it, and we'll get you back.
We have no problem with the house or the size or the bulk of it.
Direction, but I think some issues you've heard about driveway and access would be primary. So see what you can work out.
Great.
All right.
Thank you very much, Aaron.
Okay. All right.
So I'm sorry, what are they returning for?
Well,
we don't have a planner. We don't know.
Claire, yes, you can recommend what they return for.
Well, I think
they're going to. I need to
Further
know
conceptual.
Further conceptual then.
Okay, further conceptual then.
Are you recommending a site visit and story polls for that further conceptual, or just coming back for further conceptual and then moving forward with story polls and the site visit?
I mean, if he makes some headway with the planner and he ends up making changes, then the story polls would be a waste of his time. So I hate to drag it out much longer, but it seems like he probably would need to work out the details with his planner first and then come back.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I love Montecito. I love driving Montecito, and I'm going to take a little drive by this property. Not officially, but I might encourage other members of the board to drive as well. And then that give me a much clearer idea about one driveway or two, etc. So that may be a way to avoid the cost of story polls before they come back.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, the property got hit very badly with the debris field. There's what I came out.
Okay. So further conceptual review, come back, but if we can all take a site visit on our own, helpful. Okay, very good. Thank you, John. Item 5, 628 Orchard Avenue. Also here for conceptual review, no planner. Is there someone online here to present the project? Anybody there? Let's see.
Yeah, yes, my name is Nick. I'm here.
Okay, all right, Nick, go ahead and give us your presentation if you would.
Okay, yeah, so this is a parcel my wife and I purchased early this year. And it's in sort of a little enclave of, more neighborly Montecito, I guess I would say, not so much a stately. And so we purchased the property with the idea that it was actually 2 lots. And so we sort of went through the process and got the certificate of compliance recognized. And so it is actually, it's 2 lots. And so we're looking to develop the north lot that has no structure on it existing now. So what we're proposing is, a 2-story residence with a detached ADU and carport, and sort of keeping in with this little neighborhood, just a real nice sort of clean farmhouse look with a front porch. And then you sort of drive by the main volume of the house to a covered carport in the back. And so you have sort of a nice landscape front yard. And then we have this sort of quasi courtyard in the middle that everything sort of opens out to. And yeah, that's pretty much, I guess.
What is the,
Take a look at your elevations,
what
maybe.
was, so was this correct? 121 is the,
So yeah, so the way I interpret the zoning here is, we're allowed 2,225 square feet, and that's based off of the all areas except H Montecito that are less than 1 acre, you get 1,800 feet plus 2,500 times the lot area, which is 0.17 of an acre. So that gives me 2,225. And then with the detached ADU, the ADU can be up to 1,200 feet. So our ADU here, it's in the, if you sort of go to the next, go to this, stay on this sheet, but zoom out.
There is your ADU.
Yeah, so the ADU is in the back, sort of the right side.
Yeah, and we're not to review that, so.
What's that?
I said, it's not for us to review the ADUs, so we'll be focusing on the garage below it and the main residence only.
Okay, well, there's no garage below the ADU. It's just,
okay.
Yeah, so that bottom bay of the ADU that you see, we have a covered carport. So that would count as our one covered space.
Got it, okay.
Yeah, for us, the trade-off of, a little more square footage out of the ADU and not having an actual garage per se was worth it.
Do you want to show us your elevations real quick? Maybe just describe.
Yeah, you can scroll down one sheet to my sketches. And so these just sort of give you a feel for the project on site there. And, again, this is, you guys are familiar with Orchard, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's not, like these heavily screened houses. It feels very neighborly with front yards that just sort of come right to the street. So we sort of wanted to do that as well. So we have a covered porch with a nice clean sort of farmhouse, 2-story volume. And then a pool and sort of courtyard in the middle with the ADU and carport in the back. And, it's like Orchard Avenue. You could feel like this sort of old orchard area. So, it's sort of a barn-like ADU structure that harkens back to that vernacular.
Mm-hmm.
And it just, the whole thing sort of looks like it sort of came about over time. And so, yeah, that's pretty much it. And we're just, excited to get going and live in it.
All right, thank you, Nick.
Yeah.
Go to questions of the board members. They'll have questions for you maybe. Tip, do you have any questions?
Yes, 2 questions. So number one, the FAR, if I'm correct, is 1.21.
That's correct.
That's right. Yes.
Okay. Number 2, you have provided no garage for the project.
Sorry, what was that?
No garage.
There's no garage.
That's correct. So the way I interpret the zoning there is you have to have one covered and one uncovered. So my interpretation was to provide a carport that sort of fit in with that vernacular of that sort of back barn. So that's what we chose to do there, to sort of satisfy the covered spot.
Do you have to provide one for the ADU or not?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And oh, by the way, one more question. And the parking, is it in the setback or without it, or outside the setback?
The parking in the carport?
Yes.
The parking in the carport is within the rear setback. That whole ADU, it's within the typical building setback back there. But because it's an accessory dwelling unit, you can go within 5 feet of the back boundary line.
All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Claire, any questions?
yeah, oh yeah, here's my question. I was looking to find where I wrote down. Did you include the ADU in your FAR worksheet or not?
Yes, it's there. If you zoom in, so part 3, detached accessory building, it's right there. Yeah.
So John, did he do this right? Why is this 121 number percent? Is that does that number include the ADU calculations or
yes,
not?
it does. It does include it.
Okay, well, that's my question.
Okay, thank you. John Watson, what are your questions?
Kimberly, are you there, please?
Kimberly? Are you there?
Kimberly, your mic is off. Are you there?
Kimberly?
Kimberly?
Apologies, I have too many screens up. Yes, John. Mr. Watson, how can I help you?
Miss McCarthy. I can do it back to you as well. It's my understanding that out of the coastal zone, which we are, I checked the coastal zone line on this and it's way far away, 2 covered parking plus whatever's required for the ADU. Is that correct?
The residence is required to provide 2 covered and 1 uncovered parking space. Those areas that cannot be in the front or side yard setback.
Plus whatever happens with the ADU.
How large is the ADU?
880, is that right, Nick? 890?
Yeah, that's right.
I'd have to double check the new ADA or ADU regulations. It's large enough that it may indeed generate the requirement for 1 parking space for the ADU.
So I guess my question is, have you provided the required parking for this project?
You're asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah, when I went through, I felt that we satisfied it, yes.
Given the information you just received, have you provided the parking?
No, but could you sort of give me those so that I can go confirm?
Well, no, this is why you want to get a planner.
Yeah, you need a planner for that.
You need a planner.
The second question that I have is, in the architectural guidelines, it's very, very clear that the goal is to provide consistency with the neighborhood. Have you, the goal of these guidelines is to ensure that every residential development will carefully consider the community context in which it takes place and have a compatible relationship to neighboring properties and the community design goals. In your opinion, does this development conform to the Orchard neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay, and the last question is, have you done an FAR study to see how other properties relate to
this lot?
To the FAR with your property? Have you done that study?
So, no, what would that be? Like just studying like adjacent parcels to see how much coverage they have? Well, just based on observation, they all look to, cover a lot of the site.
Okay.
They're
good.
pretty
Mr.
tightly
Chairman,
packed in.
Mr. Chairman, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Sam, did you have any questions? Sam, your mic's off. Sam. Hello, Sam.
Yeah. No, sorry. I had questions for Kimberly about the rear encroachment of the ADU, and in fact, heard that it could go within 5 feet. Is that true, Kimberly?
So the ADU is greater than 800 square feet in size. It therefore has to comply with the front, side, and rear setbacks that are applicable to the main residence. So it could potentially, with offset area, could potentially encroach, but it has to maintain a 15-foot setback. If the ADU is smaller than 800 square feet, they can take advantage of the 4-foot setbacks from the side and rear property lines.
Okay, we'll probably just back it off to 800 then.
So if it shrinks, it can go within 4 feet, not 5 feet
Correct,
of side and rear.
correct. It
Okay.
also, if it's less than 800 square feet in size, is not required to provide its own parking space.
Awesome.
Okay, that's the clarification I wanted there. And then I wanted to know from the applicant, can we, in the future, I need to know what's going on with the adjacent properties buildings. Since this is a tight neighborhood, I don't see any footprints. We typically like to see the footprints and the site plans partially shown for adjacent north, south, and I guess in this case, east lot. So just know that that's something that we'll need to see coming back. So that's all for now.
All right, thank you, Sam. Dave Mindro, did you have any questions? We're still.
I did, but they've been addressed. My questions had to do with the setbacks and the parking. So that I'm good. Thanks.
Good. Did I ask you, Tip? I keep forgetting whether.
Yep, yeah, you asked me.
I did. It's okay. Yeah, so we've established the ADU could be in the setback, but can the parking, the garage, when it's attached to the ADU, be in the setback as well? Kimberly.
I'm sorry, into the rear yard setback?
Yeah.
Okay, if the garage is attached to the residence, it too must maintain a minimum of 15 feet setback. And then there has to be a corresponding offset area in the rear yard that compensates for the 10-foot intrusion into the rear yard setback.
Yeah, so he would have to have a compensating area within the rear that accommodated the area that was in the setback, which I'm not sure you could do. Anyway.
But that would be if it was connected to the main residence. This isn't connected to the main residence, right?
But if it's connected to an ADU, does that apply as well, Kimberly?
The garage connected to the ADU must meet regular setbacks. Only the ADU can take advantage of the reduced setbacks.
And does it, because it's not a garage, it's a carport, does that change anything?
No.
No, no, it has to do with parking.
Okay, well, there's quite a few things relating to parking and setbacks here that we're needing to see done. But anyway, we'll finish questions and we'll go on to, is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to this item?
We do have a letter.
Number 5. Oh, we have a letter. Okay. Okay, so Susan Fuller I'm responding to recent notice regarding the application of the project at 620 Orchard Avenue, right next door to my property. I've not seen the plans for the project, but I assume it will be modest in size and style to add, not diminish the historic nature of our quiet block. You know, Orchard Avenue is a modest, quiet neighborhood located in the upper village of Montecito. The homes on the block constructed except for 2 or 3 prior to 1950. The homes are small. Most of the properties sit on these size lots, although the 628 property sits on 2 legal lots. What protocol or guidelines are followed by the review board in regard to approving modern structures being built in historic modest neighborhoods with 1-story cottages like ours, if this proposed project is designed in a modern way? We already are dealing with the Amos project right across the street, and those plans are abhorrent. As I stated earlier, I've not seen the plans, so I don't have much to go on. I'm only opposed to the only one issue at the time, the height of the project and the location. And whether or not there'll be Lumina looking over my small, modest 900 square foot cottage, which is a single story. And right next door, if my privacy is taken away, I'll be forced to sell my home. I don't want to feel uncomfortable while I'm out in my own yard, as privacy is #1 asset on this property. It will take away the value of my home. This is my #1 concern at this time, and I was invited to voice my opinion. So this is my submission. Thank you, Suzanne Fuller. Okay, thank you. Was there anyone else in the audience, Sharon?
Yeah, was there another letter in there?
I think the other letter got put into the Easton project. Earlier today, I noticed that there was a letter for this project that had been put over in the Habazine project.
So that was for the next item now. Not for the,
I know, but the letters, how she put them in, how it was put on the box is that this project's letter is inside of number 6's.
Let me fix that, Bill. So in the meantime, I'm gonna go get that letter because I promised this neighbor I'd read it or it would get read. So if you could, there's 2 speakers.
okay.
And so I'm going to start with Mackenzie Storm. Mackenzie, can you please unmute yourself? There you go.
Hi.
Hi, so we're one of the other neighbors on the other side, and we were just wondering what is the plan for the lot that is going, that's not going to be developed because as we discussed, it's a double lot. And specifically, there's a big like ham radio tower that's probably 30 or 40 feet tall right now that looks very structurally unsound. And I was wondering if it's in the plans to take it down because we think it's a hazard to our house, our fence, we have a dog, just something that's on our mind.
Yeah, the hand tower is coming down for sure.
Dave, can you go to the Google Earth maybe?
I think he's.
Yeah, hold on.
Is that,
Yeah, just give me 1 second. I backed out of it here.
anyway, so does that answer your question? I'm sorry, I didn't get your name, person who was just speaking.
Yes, Adam. That's one part of the question. The other part of the question is just generally what is going to happen with that other parcel.
The north parcel is south parcel.
So we talked about the parcel that's going to be developed, which I think is the farther north. What's going to happen with the parcel that currently has the ham radio tower on it?
We'll definitely be taking the ham tower down, and then we don't know yet what we're doing with the other one.
Okay, got it. That's helpful. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
There's someone else.
I have another speaker, M. Holt.
Yes, hi.
Hi.
Hello. I had questions regarding the notice we received, and it says the proposed project will not require any grading. Can you maybe explain how that's possible when you will be installing a pool?
Well, yeah, I guess there'll be grading for the footings and grading for the pool. But we're not like making a massive cut or hauling in a bunch of dirt and all that. So.
Okay, thank you. Was that it? That was the only question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Sharon, anyone else? Sharon, anybody?
Yeah, so you can see in this view, these houses are just basically setback to setback all the way up and down. Neighbors just, right on each other.
All right. Did we lose Sharon? Are you still there?
I think she's looking for the letter.
All right. Can't close public comment yet until we
While we're waiting for Sharon to get that letter, Adam, can you provide me with your last name, please?
Yes, it's Storm.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else online that wanted to speak to this? Maybe you can speak up. I don't have control of the mics or anything. Your mic might be off. I don't see any hands raised either. So anybody?
Hey, Bill, I have that letter. Can I read it?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So this is, it says, "Dear committee members, I have a question regarding this proposed project. As a nearby neighbor, I would like to request an estimated timeline from the start of the actual construction to completion. My concern is about the noise impact and how long it might last. I understand that there are many issues, including acquiring materials, various required permits, and inspections, and that it is not possible to predict how much time that will take. However, I'm hoping that the contractor can estimate a construction timeline. It amazes me how much noise there is on these two dead-end streets. Tabor Lane and Orchard Avenue, due especially to the gas leaf blowers and also trimmers, chainsaws, lawnmowers, motorcycles, traffic, helicopters, etc. And then there's the lingering dust and fumes from all the gas-powered yard equipment. I long for the quiet enjoyment of our streets. I'm guessing that this is a difficult question to answer. However, I would love some assurance that the project could be completed in the shortest amount of time possible to reduce the overall cumulative noise impact in our neighborhoods. Thank you very much for your consideration to my question and requests. Respectfully, Leslie Weinstock. Thank you.
Yeah. It's in our best interest to get it done as expediently as possible. So 9 months, I would say. Yeah.
All right.
Great.
All right. Was that all of the?
It looks like another neighbor. He already spoke, but he's raising his hand again.
Okay. All right. Who's that?
To let him speak again?
There's somebody there. Hello?
No, they put their hand down. Okay, thank you.
All right. Then we'll close public comment. We're going to go to comments from the board members. Tip, what are your comments on this project?
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question before we go to comments?
Sure.
Well, because we've now got this picture out, and you know that we've got. Oh, go back to the picture. You know, I'm trying to figure out. So the picture says 628 Orchard, but that lot looks like it's already got a house on it. So I'm really confused about where these two lots are that everybody is talking about. So is 628 Orchard, is it the empty lot that's next to this lot, or what? Where are the two lots that they're?
Explain that, is it two lots that were divided? One has an address and the other one's an empty lot without an address, or how does that work?
I don't know. The applicant, you know.
Yeah. When we submitted this, we had concurrently submitted for new addressing and new APNs. And so when I submitted it, we didn't have that information yet. But basically, it's, 628 was one parcel that was actually two.
And that's and 628 is the empty parcel that you're proposing a house go onto?
We don't have a new address yet. So where we're proposing the development is on the north lot that is vacant.
All right.
Right. And so we did get the new APNs, and we should be getting a new address anytime now.
So the 620.
So the proposal is for the northern lot that has no address. Is that correct?
That's correct.
No house.
Well, then this needs to be renoted.
Yeah, I know. That's kind of where I'm going here with Jaron, is that this is like crazy because I'm seeing a project that's already got a house on it. But so this has been, that's for me. We need to go back and figure out what it is we're actually looking at, I think the house is being proposed on the empty lot next door to where the address is. Is that correct?
Have a new.
Sorry.
Yeah. So you have two lots. You're only going to be developing one. That one lot does not have an address yet.
That's right.
And your second lot is where the house is.
Correct.
In this photograph. Okay, that's what I need to know. Thank you very much.
Okay, and I was asking Tip for comments.
Yes, actually, there's so many, I have so many questions that I think that we probably need to have to wait until with the planner on board to address some of the concerns that I have.
Yeah.
So going down the list, just a couple items. Number one, the FAR study, we need to see that. We need to have that done. Number two, I believe that we probably need to see some conceptual landscape plan. At this point, I can't have where the driveway coming in, where the planting, and I don't even know if the driveway is working or not, and how wide the driveway based on what I've seen on the site plan. So I definitely would request a preliminary landscape plan. Number three, the parking is really an unknown to me at this point. I don't even know how that would work with the garage, parking for the ADU, the turnaround, and that pretty much to me driving the project, especially if the cars all back of the lot. So without that information, I really can't comment on if the project is feasible or not. So I'd like to wait until we get all of those, including last story pole for the project.
What was that you cutting out?
The story poles, because we have a 2-story house.
Mhm.
And then perhaps we'll see the floor plan. We'd like to see the floor plan. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Tip. Claire, what are your comments?
My comments are that I appreciate Nicholas and Kelsey, the work that you've done. I really appreciate that, and I think you've done a pretty good job, and I think you've done, a lot of investigation, but the comments that people are making and the questions we're having tells me that you don't know, or haven't done land use here in Santa Barbara. So the issues that I have is that you've got a house that's 121 square feet. FAR, which is over the recommended FAR. I mean, we don't normally approve projects over the FAR, which is 100. And so in my comments, I'm letting you know that, because I am not going to be able to approve this house moving forward unless you lower the FAR. And so this is our time. It's time for us to comment, not engage in, And then obviously there's the issues with parking. We don't have your plan doesn't account for the amount of parking that you need to provide for this house that you now is the size that it is. So there's a number of issues for me that I think need to get resolved before you come back. And I think those need to get resolved by a planner, and you need to go, and your planner can answer all these questions that we're having, because you went ahead and designed this without the help of land use. So that's my comments, is that I'm kind of with Tip. It's very difficult to comment on this project because we have insufficient or inaccurate information.
Yeah, thank you, Claire. John Watson, comments?
Well, I think that the community has asked us to volunteer our time. And with the exception of Sharon and Kimberly, none of us are getting paid here. So they have asked us to volunteer our time to really make sure that projects that get approved fit comfortably within the neighborhood. And I need to see story poles. I want to see not one or two houses that show that they're above the FAR, but when you really look at the guidelines, it's talking about what's going on in the neighborhood, which is not cherry picking one or two houses that are large, but really providing a significant number of FARs here, which you can get off the assessors. I want to take a look at that. I want to do a site visit before I can really comment, but my initial blush is this looks like it is larger than I would be able to approve. I could easily be convinced otherwise. I suspect that I will not be. I don't know. the conclusion has not been fully drawn. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sam Maphis, what are your comments?
Yeah, I have very similar concerns about the neighborhood compatibility and the overages initially, and the privacy to the south and the north, and certainly the east in a landscape plan that's been suggested. The parking, the garage, the setbacks, of all those kinds of elements, it makes it difficult to assess whether this nice looking project, I want to say I like the style and the feel, but I think it's pushing all the boundaries. So if we can keep the style, I think you're well along the way to kind of have that farm-like, barn-like, Orchard Avenue look. But I think you're pushing the edges of all the boundaries to a point where they need to be massaged back inboard. So without those exact things being shown on this plan, we really can't assess whether the project is right or wrong. That's it for now.
All right, thank you, Sam. Dave Mendro, what are your comments?
I think my comments are aligned with the board. I think it'd be very helpful for you to get the support of a planner and understand the land use constraints. I can support a project at 121% if that's typical of the neighborhood. So you want to do a neighborhood study of the area around your property and demonstrate to us that it's compatible and consistent with the neighborhood. But until we have that information, we can't really make meaningful comments. I do like the feel of the project, but again, it's all about compatibility and neighborhood privacy, all these issues, the landscape screening that you'll need to address before we can give you meaningful input. And then at some point, we'll need to see story polls for the 2-story. So you just need to go through that process, and we'll get there. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Dave. Yeah, I'm in agreement with all the board members. I think Dave summarized it pretty well. I mean, get the planner, get with your planner, figure out what this is going to be and what it's going to look like. And I think I agree with Dave and Sam in terms of the style of the architecture. It's just the massing and the square footage, the setbacks in the garage and the requirements for that. And I think if you're going to have to add garages and covered parking, it's only going to get harder for you in terms of your FAR. So I would say get with your planner, get that worked out, and then get back to us when you've got that all dialed in. So anyway, further concept, we'll see you when you get a planner set up for that.
So how do I get the planner?
Go apply for a land use permit.
With who?
What?
Department,
county planning department.
You must have submitted for that already. No?
No, he doesn't. That's why he doesn't have a planner.
The same group that you submitted these drawings to, tell them you need a land use permit now, and they will help you with that.
Application, submittal.
Contact the front zoning counter and we'll walk you through the intake process.
All right, thank you.
Awesome, sounds good, thank you.
All right, good luck, Nick.
Thanks.
All right, on to item 6, 1186 East Mountain Drive. That we had a site visit today with story polls, and let's see, we had some previous further concept review. So here's what we said last time. Architecture appears acceptable, but more details required. Main elevation appears squished, but probably just due to the conceptual renderings. Appreciate stepping the structure with the slope. Look the shift house and pool to the east to provide a landscape buffer from the western property line. Show adjacent development on plans. Site visit with story polls required. So we had the site visit out there. John Watson, Claire Gottstink, myself, and Dave Mendro were out there with Sharon, and we walked through it with Bob Easton. So Bob, are you on the line? You ready to give us your presentation?
Yeah, I believe. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. All right, go ahead. Thanks, Bob.
Yes, so yeah, thanks. coming out and looking at the story poles. And the original meeting, the first meeting that we had back in January, was a design that the owner has wanted some changes to in regard to the location of the master bedroom relative to the main floor, where the living room and kitchen and entry is. I had a stairway going up about a three-quarter level, and the view from the master looked out over the living room roof. He wanted to raise the master suite so it was at the level of the roof so he could have a walkout terrace from the master suite. So the drawings that you have here and the story poles reflect that change. He wants to have a deck over the living room, kitchen level. On the roof, he wants to have a walkout deck and to have glass railings around it. The raising of the master suite then pushed me over the 16-foot height guideline, and it shows on the elevation that we can get to, or cross section that we can get to. There it is, and it shows there on section AA, and it shows that, but first of all, I'd like to back up. I actually should make a comment in regard to the slope of the property and the 16-foot requirement. The house, the previous house that was on the property was on the pad that was essentially there at that main floor elevation, 782.5. And it had a retaining wall a retaining wall as shown on the drawing between the basement and the kitchen. It was about a 4 or 5 foot high retaining wall, and so there was a cut pad. So the 16-foot height, I have assumed, is taken from what the original grade was before this pad was cut for the original house. And your board did a determination in that regard for a project I had years ago here in Montecito, that the assumption would be made off the original slope and not off a graded pad, which would alter the 16-foot requirement. It doesn't show up being a relevant factor here, but it is something that, in case you had the question about in regard to the section of the roof that is going above the 16-foot level. Now, your guidelines say that perhaps the height could be exceeded for about 400 square feet. It is difficult, given the way the site is graded, to precisely know how much square footage that is being in violation to that guideline. If we look, if we back off and take a look at the other elevation, the other cross section, section BB, which is through the more easterly part of the building, you can see that we are in compliance there because I did not extend out the overhang and the grade does cut back there. So I would say that it's based on my calculation, which will be imprecise. It's impossible to do a precise exact calculation. Is very close to the 400 feet. Very close to the 400 square feet. So what shows on this section also is the 32-foot high requirement. And it shows that I've got 16 feet from the edge of the roof there at the garage to the top of a low wall there at the terrace. So I am saying that the 16 feet could be calculated from there for any apparent view reasons. The building would look like it would be at 16 feet if it in fact could be seen. But this lowering of the terrace behind a little retaining wall would allow the bedrooms downstairs to have walkout. And I think that's important for safety, and I think it's important for having a good design. I think that as you could see, let's go back to the site plan, which I think is sheet 3, sheet 2, or sheet 3. That is a site plan, and so you can see that it is a constrained site because I have over on the right-hand side, you see the environmentally sensitive habitat line. And then to the left of that, you can see the environmentally sensitive habitat 100-foot boundary. So really the only place on this property to develop it is where I have put the building, and that was where the original building was also. The square footage, if we go back to the first sheet, and we look at the chart, we are at 106%. And the idea here was, in my experience, I have known that you guys have approved projects over the 100% in the past under circumstances that are rather benign. In other words, there's not a close by neighbor who is being impacted by a larger building, or a project that is overbearing on its site. I think that what we've tried to do here is bury the building into the hillside as much as we can. And I think we have generally achieved this 16-foot height requirement. And we are certainly less than the 32 overall foot height. So the building looks different. If we go back to the elevations, the building looks different than what it did because of the actually raising the master bedroom up the way it is on this drawing avoids the kind of squished look that was one of the initial comments. But the owner has some ideas that he wanted me to incorporate in the design, such as the study that is in the upper right-hand corner of the south elevation. Steel frames that are angled. And as someone said today, kind of the Dulles Airport look, there would be glass infill between the frames. Frames would be about 4.5 feet apart. And then he wants to have a glass wall there where it says steel doors and windows. It's really just really the glass that he wants to have a view from his garage. And then the overhangs, he wants to have them, the eave be angled, like you can see there at the right-hand side. So those are kind of the different, those are the changes to this plan from the original plan that you folks looked at back in January. I do have a planner. I am on the path here to get to qualify for a preliminary review by meeting the parameters of the form, filling out what's required for the LUP. One sticking point is it's kind of a conundrum here. The existing septic system is no longer valid. That was served the pre-fire house. So we need to do a new system. There is no place for leach lines, and my engineer has determined that with a letter to the environmental health department. And so we need to do dry wells. And as you can see, we have located them up the upper part of the site outside of the 100-foot setback We were looking at other locations to avoid having to pump, but my soil engineer and the dry well driller from terra firma say that this particular soil here will perk and will not have a problem. So the planning department, my planner is saying that I've got to put in the dry wells and have them tested before preliminary review. The cost of doing a dry well for this particular system is going to be in the range of $9,000 to $10,000.
Yep.
So I appealed to Marilyn Merrifield of the Environmental Health Department as saying, are you sure you're going to be requiring a tested dry well before I can get preliminary approval? And she said it's up to the planning department. And the planning department is obviously being conservative here and implying that, yes, I do need to do that.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm wondering is if I can achieve a preliminary approval without or with a contingency that the dry well needs to be tested and approved. So if I can tell the owner that he got preliminary approval, then he could feel confident going ahead and spending money on installing the dry well. That is something that Kimberly, maybe you could weigh in on, but I would like to pursue here as quickly as possible getting to preliminary approval, because I would like to be able to see this project start construction next spring. And I've got to move it along right now. So I'm just hoping that we can avoid the possibility of having the owner having to drill this $10,000 tank or dry well, and then let's say not get his preliminary approval and be left holding the bag. So that's one concern I do have. So I'm just wondering if you guys have any more questions. John did request that I move the terrace away from the west property line somewhat, and I did moved it away 5 feet to give a hedge. We do have to remove a couple of oak trees, 3 or 4 oak trees, to be able to put in the master suite.
Bob,
And
this
we
is
have
shooting with earth form.
Yeah, you want to present your landscape as well?
Yeah, I didn't mean to cut you off, Bob. I just wanted to iterate that it's 3 oak trees that we're removing and mitigating.
3 oak trees and Earthform has indicated on the landscape plan the replacement trees. So anyway, I've done my part here. So is it Al from Earthform or whoever?
No, this is Phil Suiting.
Okay, Philip, if you could explain the landscape plan, that'd be great.
Sure. If we could bring that up, please. Voila. All right. If you follow the driveway on the south property line, the south portion of the tree, there are olives there and they're labeled. We're adding to those olives to give a layered screening. Even though you don't really see this from the road, we're just adding that for extra screening. Like I said, we're removing 3 oaks and we're mitigating with 10. There are approximately 26 existing oaks on the property now. Again, we're removing 3 and we're mitigating. We are using a low fee method. We're doing all of the new slopes or the slopes that don't need planting on them now. Some of the areas will be late, some of the areas will just be mulch. And that's the mulched areas will mostly be on the north side of the property, and the fully landscaped areas will be on the side of the property between the structure and the driveway. We're also screening the north property line, things like Toyon possibly. If you can see what those little green circles staggered on the north property line. And as Bob said, you know, he has moved the patio and the structure of the deck 5 feet away from that western property line. I did want to note that it doesn't appear that there are any use or structures within approximately 200 feet of that property line. So, you know, I think 5 feet is a gesture, and it's something that makes sense. I think that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Well, Philip, let's add that the screening olive trees that we're putting in south of the structure along the driveway are also important to screen the view of the house from the neighbor to the south and from the view from this house of the neighbor's house. And at the meeting out there today, John suggested I cut a section through the house and the property, and as best I can, estimate where the house is for the neighbor and how high it is. And based on looking at a Google map and doing a hand level sighting of the roof level, if we give 20 feet of coverage there at that olive grove that we're putting in, we won't see the house wall, the north wall of the neighbor's house and the windows therein. We will see the roof, but I think that would be easy to attain if we put in mature olives, field-grown olives. Is that true, Philip? Can we get 20-foot trees?
Yes, it is, Bob. And thank you. That's an excellent point. I did not mention that, but yes, screening of that downhill neighbor is important. Both of them, both the York and that downhill neighbor, they want to be screened from me. There are some large trees in there. It looks like an oak that are dotted in through the landscape. However, it doesn't hurt to have layers.
Thank you, Bob and Phil. Does that conclude your presentation? We can go on to questions.
It does for me, Mr. Chair.
Okay, great.
Right, that's it for me.
Okay, thank you. Let's go on to questions then of the board. Claire, do you have any questions?
Yes, I would. My understanding is that you're removing 3 oaks. Now, are those, I mean, I think 1, 2, 3, are those green, or the green symbols something new that's going in the same places where the oaks are taking off?
That is correct, Ms. Scott. My internet connection just went unstable, so I don't know if you can hear me.
No, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah. You can see that those 2 green circles are mitigation oaks. And as I said, we are mitigating, what did I say, 26 plus oaks?
And Philip, Claire and I were on site today, and that tree with the burned core is number 7 that the owner already removed.
Got it. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Fine. I'm just trying to figure out what I'm seeing. Okay, so
I stand corrected. We are mitigating.
So we've got number 4, number 7, number 6. Are those newly planted oaks, or are those the old oaks?
Those are the ones to be removed. The ones with the X's are to be removed. The ones with the numbers are proposed.
Those are proposed. Okay, so
Correct.
Those are proposed oaks going kind of where the old oaks are coming out.
Exactly, Ms. Godstaker.
Perfect. Thank you.
That's correct. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
Where then on this plan, because obviously you're going to be having to take out 3 oaks, and you're going to have to mitigate with 10 to 1. Where on this plan are all of these new oak trees going to go?
Well, Claire, I understand from our arborist, Duke, who you know well, that if you replace the trees with a bigger box than a 15-gallon can, you can cut down the number of oaks that you are putting in place.
Correct.
Okay, okay. Going back then, still the question is, in order, you have to, the normal rule is you take one out, you mitigate with 10. Maybe that rule is different now or different on this project, however you're interpreting it. I still need to know, where are the mitigation oaks going?
Ms.
Where
Scott
are you
Staker,
proposing to put those?
on the man, the ones with the numbers are the mitigating one. And it all,
Those are three of the 10 that normally would need to be used.
Scattered around.
no, I believe there are 10.
He's got more shown on the plan.
Down below.
Oh, got it. Okay, so
Page
those
nine
are
and
all
All of the colored ones are the
newly
mitigation.
newly planted oaks
Correct.
that are
Those
being
ones that are
proposed to offset the removal of the other three.
that
Correct.
is correct.
Okay, okay, fine. And right now, then your planner is now saying that's enough mitigation for the 3 that you're taking out?
Well, I don't know if she's reviewed that part yet.
Okay, fine, that's as far as I need to know. I mean, that's the thing, is because there's rules about, and in my world of landscaping, if you take out an oak, you've got to mitigate it with 10. Okay, that's been standard for a long time. Now
Yeah,
you're telling me that you've got a different rule. Okay, fine. That's all I'm trying to find out, is that you're only required to put down 10 to 1. I mean, you know, one oak per one. That's not how the oak mitigation.
Ms. Scott Staker, it basically works out to a 3-to-1 ratio. And the larger the size oak container, the less you have to mitigate. If you're using 5 gallon, then yes, it's 10-to-1. If you're using 15, then it's more like 5-to-1. If you're using 24, it's 3-to-1.
Okay, that's fine. That's what I'm trying to find out. Is
okay. I hope I answered your question, Ms. Scott Staker.
So you're saying that the mitigation, you're using large oaks to mitigate then?
Up to 24-inch box is my understanding.
24-inch, is that what you said, or 48-inch?
24.
24, you're going to do is 24, and that's big enough. That's the 10 that you've got listed here is enough to mitigate.
According to our arborist, Duke McPherson.
Okay, well, yeah, well, that your planner, I mean, ultimately, I understand. I've known Duke. I've known Duke for actually 65 years. So I'm very clear about the person that we're talking about. But this is a planning department issue. And, you know, it's not up to Oak. I mean, you know, but that's kind of how Oak, you know, that's kind of, it's a mitigation, you know, and right now you're proposing to mitigate the 3 oaks that you're taking out with 10 24-inch boxes.
Yeah.
Now, Claire told everybody how old we all are. You know, thanks.
Sorry about it. I'm actually proud of being 81 years old. I can't believe that I've lived this long, you know?
Did we get all your questions, Claire?
Yeah, what?
Did we get all your questions?
No, that was mostly having to deal with the oaks. Yeah. And so now I know where the new oaks are going, and whether those oaks are going to be approved by the planner, we'll see.
Okay, thank you, Claire. Let's see. John Watson, questions?
Bob, when I was driving back from the site visit, I noticed what I would consider to be a narrow driveway. Does this plan account for widening the driveway?
Yes, it does. If you go to our site plan, I've had Alex Brumond up.
Bob. If it's got it, it's got it. I'm fine. So, and then Dave Mendro, please. I sent you a page today. Do you have that available?
Oh,
Just one second, Bob.
Yeah.
Okay, so I went, as I promised I would on the site visit, I went on out, and it looks to me, I think that, Kimberly, I think I pulled the right page, shall not exceed a maximum height of 28 feet, not 30 feet. I was surprised. I thought it was 32.
I thought it was 32.
Yeah, well, so anyway, does not exceed 28 feet is measured from the highest to the lowest. So I think that there are some issues there that are going to, and I don't see any mitigatableness to this. So I just wanted to, in questions, is that something that you can comply with? You're going to have to lose 2 foot 6 inches, or does this make your life even more difficult? You were talking about the height, walking out, et cetera, et cetera. So the question is, can you live with this, do you think?
Well,
if this is true,
you know,
I'm not sure this is true, but
I thought that this part of the HMON is mitigatable in terms of the review board being able to find reasons why.
okay, so Bob, let's try to keep it moving.
Fine.
Kimberly, is this mitigatable, please? This is.
I don't believe so, because this is written into the ordinance language itself, whereas the Ridgeline Hillside section, overlay section, provides some flexibility for MBAR to make a determination that it's in the interest of better design. But this is a section of the ordinance on height limitations. And therefore, I believe that it would need a variance if they were to exceed this criteria.
Mr. Chairman, that's all the questions that I have. We'll pick it up in comments. Thank you very much.
So Kimberly, excuse me, Kimberly, can you provide me that language so I can pass that on to the owner?
Sure, it's exactly what John put on the screen, that was just put to the screen. But I'm happy to email it to you as well.
You can find it in the Hillside section of the architectural guidelines.
No.
Oh, it's not there.
It's in the ordinance. Kimberly is going to email it to Bob so that he's got
got it. Okay.
Exactly right.
Right, it's not in the guidelines. If it's ordinance, then it's different.
Yeah, so anyway, the question was, could you easily mitigate it? It sounds like I don't know is the answer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have.
No, I can't mitigate it, John. It's going to throw a monkey wrench into the project.
I wanted to point it out early as soon as I discovered it, as soon as we were up there. So.
Okay, all right. Thank you, John. Dave Mindro, did you have any questions?
I don't have questions, Bill. Thanks.
Okay. And I don't. So just to reiterate on what John's saying there, Bob, your section BB is the problematic child there, I guess, because then you ended up with a 28-foot
maximum
height. Yeah. So you'd have to.
Yeah, that's.
Floor somehow, I guess.
He may have to raise that terrace wall. I'm not so sure, but that's 2.5 feet is a lot.
Well, if I raise that wall, it would still give me a walkout bedroom, but it does ruin the view.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's.
or you bury the bedroom altogether. That's not good either. You don't have egress.
Yeah, okay. A little thing called the code.
Okay, that was all I had for questions. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to this item number 6, 1186 East Mountain Drive?
Nobody has their hand up, but we do have a couple, we have a letter.
Okay.
Dave, could I mention one thing in regard to that height thing before we go on to the letter? To the height requirement, if I excavate the site and lower the house on the site a couple of feet, I would have about 500 cubic yards of dirt to remove. we would be over the recommended grading aspect of the guidelines. As I interpret, those are guidelines, but maybe Kimberly, is the 1,500 cubic yards an ordinance or a guideline?
Bob, I believe that is ordinance language because it comes directly from the Montecito Hillside Overlay. I was just reviewing that because it also states that the primary residence should not exceed a height of 16 feet. So there are a couple of kind of intersecting sections of the ordinance that are creating more limitations.
Okay, so if you could verify that for me, that would be good. I could pass that on to the owner. That's important information.
You'll want to also work with your planner, Bob. I'm happy to email you this stuff, but then you'll want to work through this nitty gritty stuff with the planner.
Right, with Cassidy, right. Okay.
Correct.
Let's see those letters. Did you have?
Sharon, I don't have the letters in the folder that I can see.
Was there one from the neighbor below?
There was one in the folder earlier.
Let's see if,
It should say comment letters.
Maybe I'm not seeing it.
folder here.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't see it there either. What happened to it? It used to be there.
I can go get it and then read it.
Okay. All right. That'd be great if you could do that.
Okay, so I'll be back. Just a second.
Okay.
So we start, Mr. Chairman, in the interest of time with commenting.
Yeah, we can do that and come back. So we'll temporarily close public comment and come back when we get the letter, and we'll go to comments. Tip, what are your thoughts on this?
The house is definitely, I think, isolated enough. And so personally, I don't have an issue with the house, but obviously the height is an issue if it violated the ordinance. So without knowing which direction the applicant wants to head, either lower the path and lower the house and increase the amount of grading, or cut 2.5 feet out. I think that we need to have a better, clearer direction from the planner and from the applicant before I can decide on, make a good comment on this project. But other than that, I don't have much an issue with the house as designed. Thank you.
Thank you, Tip. John Watson, what are your comments?
I find site visits extremely interesting. This project I thought might pose a problem for the community, and when I was up there, I mean, it's really buried in there. I can see how the one neighbor directly to the south may be affected by it. Bob's response to that, I thought, is a very good response. So I think that that's not an issue. So I thought that the fire truck might be an issue, but it isn't. So I personally don't have very much problem. I don't have any problems with this house. The one comment I wanted to make to you, Bob, have you had a chance to get out to Falling Water at some point in your life?
I have, yes, I visited Falling Water.
Do you remember up in Edgar Kaufman Jr.'s bedroom, which was at the end of the hallway? When you walked outside, you walked up 3 steps to get out to the patio. Do you remember that?
No, because I was there about 25 years ago. So.
Okay, well, that's what he did. You actually have to walk up 2 or 3 steps. You may want, I understand the beauty of just walking straight out, but it may be the difference between getting a relatively simple approval or not. So I wanted to suggest that to you. Overall, and if you wanted to go to the Planning Commission, I, for one, would be willing to give positive comments for you to leave it the way it is. But that's a lot of money, a lot of time, and who knows what's going to happen at the Planning Commission. So I was pleased with what I saw up there. I thought it was going to work out, and I have nothing more to say.
Okay, thank you, John.
So I'm back. Mr. Bagdasarian has his hand up, so I can either read his letter or I'm going to allow him to talk if that's all right.
Yeah, that's fine. Let's open public comment back up. Mr. Bagdasarian, you
Yes,
comment?
can I be heard now?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, great. Well, I'm probably the most directly affected home by this project because I live directly below it. And the first time that I saw, obviously I hadn't seen any plans or anything, but I knew that they were planning on building up there, but I didn't see really anything until roughly a week or two ago when I saw these story poles with red flags looming over my property. And that was, I guess, to show the height and the length of the proposed home. And the height of this proposal not only looks directly into several rooms in our house, but can be seen by a variety of locations on our property. And additionally, because the owner wants to have a second story, his proposed building, as I know you've all been discussing, also exceeds the 16-foot height limitation. I guess now we've heard, as well as the 28 feet or whatever of that height. And interestingly, one of the central issues of sorry, I'm sorry.
I think there was some noise we heard.
Oh, sorry. But interestingly, one of the central issues of Montecito's architectural guideline, a good neighbor policy, is consider your neighbor's views and privacy in the placement and architectural appearance of your house or additions. And clearly, by trying to get this second story as high as possible, it looks into a variety of our rooms. And I think that is clearly a problem, as is, as I understand it, if you have 3 acres or so, which is basically, I guess what it was, I know it says it's 3.03 acres, but I understood that would mean that the maximum that the house could be built would be 5,100 square feet. And I understand, in looking now at the information that we got yesterday, that it was a little over 5,400 square feet, plus an additional 500 square feet, which would be attached junior dwelling, as well as another 900 square feet attached garage, which makes the overall amount roughly 6,800 square feet, which is 1,700 square feet more than the maximum allowed. So there are a variety of reasons. I know you were also talking about the driveway and the narrowness of it. And I know that initially the owner also put his fence on part of my property. And even though I asked him to survey it before he did that, he did it anyway. But in any event, he realized when he did do a proper survey that he would have to move his fence, which would cut into the driveway that's already there. And I don't know if the driveway that Mr. Easton is showing you has taken that new fence survey into direction and is moving that further. That I don't know. Bob also mentioned that they would have to relocate the septic tank, which might or might not include leach lines, but the site that they're considering is right above our water tanks for our well that's been here for 40 or 50 years and services not only ours, but 3 other properties. So that seems to me to be a concern as well. And I don't really know the impact of his proposed 1,100 cubic yards of cut or 1,200 cubic yards of fill or 100 cubic yards of import. But again, being directly below his property, I would want to know that all of those things are also being done carefully. The final thing that I would say is that I do think having this looming height not only is something that is against what all of the conditions are calling for, but it clearly does affect the neighbor, myself, directly below this property. So I obviously have an enormous amount of issues with what's being done. And as far as this is concerned, it just seems that a lot could be done to make sure that this was in keeping with the hillside ordinance, even though that may not necessarily be what this person wants to see. I think it totally affects those of us like myself who have been here for more than 35 years.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bagdasarian. I appreciate your comments.
Thank
One
you.
thing I would note maybe to you or to maybe a letter to the planner might be helpful is that there are setback requirements from septic to water wells. And if they don't know that you have a water well close to your property line, that may affect where their septic system goes. So someone needs to probably highlight that. Maybe that could be something that Kimberly notes to the planner because that's important.
Thank you.
Anyway, thank you for your comments. I appreciate it. Was there anyone else, Sharon, that was online to speak to this item?
Let me see. I don't think so.
And Mr. Bagdasarian's letter addresses a lot of what he mentioned as well.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask Mr. Bagdasarian a question?
Yes, absolutely.
Would it be possible for Bob or one of his contractors to come down and precisely locate your patio and some of your windows and the vertical elevation, both X, Y, and Z, so that Bob would be able to more clearly understand and present to us and to you, of course, the views of his project from your project? Would you be cooperative with that?
Mr. Bagdasarian, are you there? Did he leave?
Looks like he left. Okay, at least I tried.
All right.
Hey, John, I've known Ross for years. I'll call him and see if I can do that.
Okay, excellent.
I think that's a good idea. And you could do, as you mentioned, John suggested the section through that part showing his and maybe the landscape and how the landscape could help screen the house from his views. Okay, we're...
I do want to add what his concerns about the dry wells. The dry wells that we are planning to do are not near his property. What we were thinking about is maybe an alternate location that would be near his property line, but far enough away from the property line to make sense or meet the requirements. But if he has a well there, that's what we've got to check out. I've also got to research the well location.
Yeah, right, because I think it's 100 feet separation between a well and a leach.
But what we have on the plans that we presented here, we've got the dry wells, as I pointed out to you, are well away from where his property line is.
Okay, very good. Okay, so we'll close public comment and go back to comments from the board. Let's see, we heard from John and Tip and Claire. What do you think about this project? Claire, you there?
No, I'm here. I just a brief question for Mr. Mendro. Is the photo that is up in front of us right now? That is an old photo of this site when it had, this is the original pool and the original house, is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it looks like to me, because you can see the road and you can see, I mean, I just was kind of curious. I just wanted to check in. And I would assume that what Bob is, as far as dry wells are kind of going to be up at the back, way be up high, not where the house is. Is that correct, Bob, that you're kind of?
Yeah, that's where the little red arrow or red key
The little
is.
little red dot. Yes,
That's
up there. Yeah.
Yeah, where we've originally showed
So
the driveway.
I think that needs to be made clear to the neighbor that you're doing dry wells, not septic systems.
Right.
I mean, that's a whole different ballgame when you go with septic systems. So people don't understand that. Those of us who've lived on septic systems in the hillside, we understand that there's a difference between a dry well and a septic system, and that where you're proposing these dry wells is not going to affect him in any way, shape, or form.
Exactly.
You know, because I operate on wells, and so I deal with environmental health all the time on this issue. So other than that, I think there's so many things now out of that need to be looked at, and homework to be done. I personally, the house itself, I don't have any issue with. But I really do have an issue that this second or third story of what it is way up there and outside of the rules. And I really think that the applicant and his architect really should relook at the impact of that particular part of the building, to get it down within the rules. That's kind of, other than that, I think that there's work to be done before we see this again,
So, right, Claire, so the idea, if I lower the house 2 feet, grade it down, I've got export issues.
I understand that, Bob, but this isn't an answer and question. I'm saying that second story or third story, I don't know how we want to do it, but that upper part of the house, is not in compliance with the hillside regulations.
That's correct.
So in order to move forward, you may have to redesign that.
Well, correct. Yeah, you're absolutely clear. The question
until I see the new design, that's the only comments that I have to make.
The question that I have is maybe relative to Kimberly, and that is if we are, doing more than 1,500 cubic yards of grading, which we're doing anyway, does that have to go to the planning commission? Is that ordinance or is that a guideline?
Bob, I apologize. I would need to read the Montecito Hillside overlay section of the LUDC more carefully. I'm not sure where you're pulling that 1,500 cubic yard number from.
Experience.
Well, the 50, Kimberly, I think the 1,500 number is.
Bill, I think we need to move on here. This isn't
okay,
part of
right.
our purview. It's planning issues.
I know, this is like crazy.
Stuff that we need to deal with. And anyway, let's, Dave, what are your comments on this?
Well, I think obviously there's some planning issues that need to be resolved. And before I can really comment in detail, I want to know where we land on all that. Yeah. But like John, I was surprised when we went out to the site. I was expecting it to be more impactful, and in reality, the stepping of the project and the specific site conditions, it was less impactful than I thought. And I think there's a pretty can be a successful way to provide privacy both to the neighbor to the south and to the applicant if they work together with some strategic placement of those olive trees. So I would encourage Bob to really resolve these issues with the planner and try to come to a good agreement with the owner to the south, and understanding that the impacts can be screened for them. And then I personally, before I could give this project preliminary approval, I would need much more detailed civil plans detailing the grading and making sure that the wall heights that are being proposed can be achieved, And also I would need more detailing on the house. The house right now has some pretty eclectic detailing, and I would need to understand that better before I could go for preliminary approval. But in general, I like the direction the project was going with the site, but it's getting pretty high. So it needs to meet the ordinance, and you need to resolve it with the neighbor. And those are my comments.
Great, thank you, Dave. I agree with that too, Dave. I think there's some work that needs to be done with you and the planner, and figuring out heights and getting that to work and fit underneath the ordinance requirements. I think that's going to be critical, and I'm going to have to reserve my comments on that aspect, because I think you're going to be shifting and redesigning a little bit to do that. And generally, I think the architecture is a good direction. I would encourage, obviously, more detail next time around so we can tell what's what. A little more information would be helpful on the elevations. And the section, as John had asked, for showing the neighbor and how your landscaping could help screen that view of the house from his property. So that being said, I think we have to kind of conceptual review continue this project until you can get that kind of all resolved. Unfortunately, I think there's not enough information there to be able to move it enough further forward than it is already. So anyway, thank you all. Let's move on to the next item. Item number 7, 619 Chelham Way. This is further concept review. We had minutes from last time, or notes. Mass bulk and scale is excessive, not compatible with the neighborhood. Look to reduce massing, especially on west and north ends. Study further offset with second story. Architectural style is acceptable. Appreciate elimination of tower element. Study more screening opportunities. Okay, is the applicant online?
Yes, this is Paul Rubison with Appleton Partners.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and make your presentation, please.
Okay, let's see, actually, if you could bring up our drawing set, there you go. Okay, so we actually have been meeting with the client and the interior designer and reviewing their program for the house and taking into consideration all the comments received from the board and the neighborhood during our last walkthrough. And we've been working with them to really kind of review the rooms, the spaces, and tighten up our plan so that we could, keep the character of the house, but definitely reduce the size, the massing, and as stated, pull the second floor further from the south property line. Actually, if you go to page 8 of that set, we have, this is probably a good start to look at, as we've been developing the design, we have the original footprint in red. We have a previous submittal in blue and the current footprint in green. And what we've done is, in tidying up the floor plan and kind of, developing these spaces, we've been able to remove 257 square feet at the first floor, 194 square feet at the second floor. That second floor portion is much smaller than what it used to be. And we've actually pulled it off of the south property line 4 feet 10 inches. So, we've scooted it back as much as we're able to, and, reduce that impact to that southern view per the request of the board. And then actually, if you go, if you go back to the cover sheet, page 1 of that, so we've updated that in our FAR calculations, and we are at 10% over the FAR. Later on, we'll actually get into the neighborhood compatibility exhibit that we've put together, where we looked at comparable projects in the neighborhood we've walked the property and the surrounding streets many times and kind of looked at other homes that are in scale and why we think that this is appropriate for the project we're proposing. But to move through the set here, well, let's give a quick overview of the drawings and the latest design. So if you move through the next page, we've got our survey. The following page is the site plan. We actually, we've been developing the site, but we don't have a new landscape plan because we wanted to get comments on the architecture. We are still at the conceptual review process, but what we've done is we are, like we showed in our previous presentation, we are going to have a hedge along the south edge of the property that is a Texanum hedge. We do have Pittosporum along the north and the east property lines, and we'll be continuing to infill that hedge line. And we've got, layering of the planting that we've got developed and is still in progress, such as we've got some giant chain ferns that we're proposing on either side of the entry gate. And there's also a raised planter along the property line that is going to have some higher planting elements. So as you'll see when we kind of go through the rest of our exhibit, the views of this property, I mean, there's quite a bit of screening that we currently have and that we're going to maintain for this property. If you go to the next page. So in developing the design, we've tightened up the master suite. We've shifted and reduced the great room that's kind of the core of the house. We've pulled the family room almost 3 feet further north off the property line and just kind of made these tighter, more intimate spaces. The basement is smaller. It's mostly crawl space and slab on grade at that level, but we do have a little entertainment room, laundry facility, and some mechanical space down there. If you go to the next page, up at the second floor, we do have a set of bedrooms, but we've just tightened up that floor plan and made it a more condensed grouping. And there is an outdoor terrace up there. You can go to the next page. So this is, as our clients have always seen it, this is their house in the trees. We've got these spectacular oak trees. We've met with Duke McPherson, our arborist, on the trees and the root structures. And we're designing this house on this property so that we can keep these fantastic trees. And they're as much of part of this project as anything else that we're proposing. And our clients love it, and we're going to keep these trees. So everything we've designed is kind of fitting around those elements. If you go to the next page. These are building sections as we've been studying the relationship of the spaces and the height of the structure. Next page. This one we already got a preview of. This is our diagram showing the history. We also did an overlay on the elevations. You can see those tower elements that we removed, and we've been mindful as we've been developing the ridge line and just the massing and shifting our program on the site as we've been finding our best configuration. All right. And then the next page is actually an overview of our neighborhood compatibility study. This is a diagram we had developed previously, but what we did is we also, did kind of a, one of the comments from the board was, understanding what these colors and numbers represent as far as the neighborhood. And so what we did is we took a series of photos to show, the properties that we have throughout the property. And actually there's another exhibit in that folder, which is just kind of a walking tour. I think that's probably more comprehensive if we want to go through that document at this time. So, we were just starting by kind of walking up the street, looking at other examples of two-story homes. This neighborhood, there's a lot of elevation change. And, each property kind of addresses it differently. We've got some properties that you'll notice are raised up quite a bit from the road. Some are sunken down from the road. And they all, because of the character of this neighborhood, each home has different relationships to the road. So actually we can probably just, steadily walk through each of these. And this is just an observation of other homes. You'll see a lot of variety in architectural styles. Some have, extensive hedges, some have raised planters. Some of them you see, full exposed two-story elements, and some of them are more hidden. There's really a lot of character in this neighborhood. And we feel like, the development of the project that we're presenting fits in real well. I mean, this is a good example, these next couple of some of these houses that are down on the valley side of the neighborhood. And then on the other side of the street, we've got them propped up on the hillside. And they kind of hang out over the road. I mean, there's just a lot of character in this neighborhood. And our clients love the neighborhood, and we're working with them to develop something that we feel like that very much belongs to our surroundings. And that's actually, that previous one was the first house you see as you turn into the neighborhood. It's recently been developed with a new construction and an ADU. And then our project is just a little bit up the street and to the left. And then we've got, heading towards the school, we've got the other direction from our property, a lot more examples of the character of architectural styles and scale and proximity between the structures and the street.
All right, thank you, Paul. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yeah, is there anything else? I've got Jesse next to me, just out of the screen.
Jesse Richards, Appleton Partners.
Yep.
No, I think just to echo what Paul said is we spent a lot of time with the client, the interior designer, to talk about the programmatic needs of the house. And then as part of that conversation, we're very mindful of the board's previous comments about this project and how we could condense it and really make it an efficient house that still met their needs. And then also with this neighborhood study, spending a lot of time with what the character of the neighborhood, the scale, the variety of eclectic architecture, and making sure that something we proposed was appropriate in mass, bulk, and scale, but also was a beautiful piece of architecture that would be a little gem within the neighborhood.
And the last time we did present, we did do a site walk, which was a good opportunity to have kind of a more intimate conversation with some of the neighbors that were interested in the project, and have a more in-depth conversation with them, even beyond what we've been able to do in previous hearings. So it was a really good experience to kind of have the chance to really discuss the project scope with them and hear their needs.
All right, thank you both.
Thank you.
Let's go on to questions of the board. Tip, do you have any questions?
No, I do not.
Sam, questions?
I don't think I do. Thank you, Bill.
Okay. Claire, do you have any questions?
No.
Oh, okay. John Watson.
Mr. Chairman, I have two questions. Kimberly, are you there? Or should I call you Miss?
I'm here, Mr. Watson.
Thank you. they are showing a basement for a total of a 3-story structure. Is that basement considered a story from a planning point of view?
I can't tell.
It's wholly underground.
It's wholly underground. No, we
So
don't
it's
count
not-
that as, it's not counted as a story.
Very good, thank you. And can we go to, I think it's number 3, David. That's it right there. Could you talk a little bit about that driveway in the upper left-hand corner, please? I don't
Yeah.
remember seeing that before.
So yeah, it's been in previous presentations, but basically what it is we are required to provide an uncovered parking space. And with the elevation change that happens between this property and the street, we have the garage actually in the same footprint as the existing garage because it is the easiest way to drive off the street without steep elevation changes. But it does not allow for a parking space that is beyond the setbacks of the property. So what we discussed with the planning department is to create an off-street uncovered parking space that is accessible, and that is the other, around the corner there, that's where there's actually currently a pedestrian gate there, and we're looking at modifying that to allow for an auto parking space that brings in a car beyond the setbacks.
And can you tell me what the paving material of that is, the driving material?
It would be like an exposed aggregate concrete.
Could it be gravel or something like that, or do you believe?
I think actually the clients would be open to gravel. So I think they would be open to that as we discuss it with them.
Okay, very good. That's all the questions I have, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Okay.
Sam, any questions?
Well, I guess I have some questions about that parking area and those stairs and some of the configuration of the hardscape connections.
Understand it at all.
I realize you're trying to connect the lots pedestrian wise through one to the other, but seems like that amount of work around that large tree, excavation and stairs is something that may need some arborist input. That insertion of an auto inside your setback. It'd be fine if the car could be further out, but I realize that doesn't count for planning.
Yeah,
So have you looked at that with Duke and the arborist reporting?
Well,
we have, and they're actually, so the parking pulling aside, there are currently stairs there. We're just resurfacing and working them slightly to tie it in with the proposed design. But we would not need to do any grading for those stairs because they already exist.
Oh, because it says new stairs and walls, and I thought that's inside the critical root zone.
It should say reworked, but there are existing stairs there, so it would more be resurfacing. But we are working closely with the arborist because, as Paul mentioned, the project is really about this house in the trees, and so preserving the integrity of these two beautiful oak trees and their root structure is essential and primary to our project.
Yeah, I heard that statement. So I just was kind of double checking, I guess. So thank you. Right.
Understood. Yep.
Okay, that's all.
All right, thank you, Sam. Dave Mendro, did you have any questions?
Yeah, 2 questions. One on that new parking area. Are those curbs or are those fences or walls on either side of it?
Those are curbs with low planters, basically enough that you don't hit your car door against anything.
Okay. And then are you proposing to remove any trees for this project?
No. I'm sorry, there are some.
There's one pine tree that is going to be removed, and that was a conversation with the wildlife specialist.
That's right.
Because of its proximity to not only our house, but some of the adjacent neighbors, they were worried it would be a fire concern. So there is one pine tree that is proposed to be removed.
Okay, but the oak trees are being preserved.
That's
Yes,
correct,
yeah.
yes.
It's all about the oak trees.
Yeah.
Thanks. Okay, all right, thank you. Yeah, my question, looking at this site plan too, at the bottom of the page there on the south side of the building of the garage. I know they own several lots adjoining each other. Are we missing a property line over there? Is that other structure? I'm a little unclear. Is the trash on this property and not the neighbor property, or?
Oh, yeah,
there's no fence.
It does look like, yeah. There is a property line that's right behind those trash bins, and there's actually a fence that's in, real poor condition there that is going to be rebuilt. Yeah, there you go. So if you look at, the garage is going to be in the same place, and so that property line right there, that neighbor's garage is actually extremely close to that fence, and then there's like bamboo growing up there, so it needs to get cleaned up, and we've been talking with the neighbor about basically replacing the fence with something nicer there. It's going to go right behind those trash bins.
But to answer your question, all of the proposed work, including those trash cans and that little walkway, are on this client's property.
Correct.
So they don't own the 609 Chelham Way property. That's a neighbor that is not.
That's the neighbor.
That's correct.
Correct.
Yep.
All right. So I think, yeah. And then you have a barbecue that's existing up on it looks like it's in the front setback. Is that, in fact, was that permitted? And that's all cleared by your planner then, huh? The one at the.
It's an existing condition to remain, and it was something the clients inherited when they purchased the house, so I don't have answers beyond it's there.
Okay. And then the last question is, you've got quite a substantial stair system coming down from an upper deck. Is that the only way to get down from that deck? That comes off of the second floor though, right? So you've got.
It does. So it does connect internally. But yeah, the clients wanted to be able to go up there from the yard. So we did create an outdoor wood and lattice stair.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That was all I had for questions. Okay, let's go to public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that'd like to speak to this item number 7, 619 Chelham Way?
Bill, I haven't received anything, and there's no one with their hand raised.
Okay, all right, then we'll close public comment. Go to comments from the board members. John Watson, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, I notice technically we're on for concept, so there is no motion today. Having said that, I think that this applicant has really tried hard. As everybody knows, I was impassioned about this, and I think that they're in there. The neighborhood is eclectic. It's clearly going to be one of the kind of pushing the top envelope, but I don't think it's going over what's allowable, appropriate, consistent, all of those kinds of words. So I am very happy with the project, and I will be looking forward to voting for it, assuming the landscape plan works out right. But in terms of the architecture, which is what's being presented today, I'm good with it.
Okay, thank you, John. Tip, what are your comments?
Yes, I also in agreement with John. I think that slowly the project's getting smaller, more in fitting with the neighborhood, and I think personally, I think we spent enough time on this project already, and I think it's as good as it gets, and I think I definitely can support it.
All right, thank you, Tip. Claire, what are your comments?
My comments are consistent with the board's comments at this point.
Okay, all right, thank you. Sam, your comments?
I agree. We've worked on this with them, and they've been responsive to a lot of the comments over time. I am concerned about that neighbor that we just talked about against the garage and the trash cans, and what kind of rearranging of fencing and screening is going to happen, because this house does sit quite a bit ways above that driveway. And that house is so close because it is a non-conforming house. I'd like to make sure that the landscape plan is really commensurate of, good neighborly conditions along that very close neighbor side. But other than that, I think it's a quality piece of architecture at this point. It just needs the final touches to be able to get to preliminary.
All right, thank you, Sam. Dave Mendro, what are your comments?
I totally agree with Sam that the landscaping between the neighbors is important to see that, but that everything else is moving in the right direction.
All right, I agree too. I think you've done a good job of trying to address all our issues, and I think you've worked really hard and created a really nice home. So I definitely can support it with regards to the building, certainly, and then come back with your details and landscaping. We want to make sure that you get that south elevation.
Okay. I mean, my comment or with regards to that, Mr. Chair, would be that for the the next step would be have them be put on the agenda for preliminary.
Okay, yeah. Does everybody agree with that?
I do.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's have you come back for preliminary review.
Hey, Paul, make the drawings ready for final, but chances are I don't think you would even be able to make it if it's agendized, but we can then clean it up on consent. So
Okay.
take it as far as you possibly can.
Understood. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you all for your input. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Paul.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on to item 8, 1890 Jalinda Drive. Preliminary approval here. We have some previous comments. Restudy garage location and orientation. Contact fire department for design and access requirements. Provide details on motor court design and proposed materials. Consider adding landscape to motor court. Restudy addition on west to ensure architectural continuity throughout entire project. All right, do we have the applicant? Oh, there's
Bill, I just realized I have a conflict on this item. I need to step down.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Tip.
Thank you.
Projects.
What is the planner comment here?
Planner comments. Elimination of the previously proposed detached garage successfully addresses concerns raised by the Montecito Fire Protection District concerning access to the property. Okay. Let's see. So is the applicant online?
Hi there, it's Dara Barker. Nice to see you all again. I have with me also Diana Kelly, who should be up as well.
Hello.
Okay, great.
What comments do we have before? I think they were up there.
We have seen this before. Yeah.
Yep.
Once before.
I don't know if you were here, Bill.
I wasn't, but I just read those, right? Did you hear that, Sam? I read those.
I'm sorry, I might have missed it. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you so much again. I want to just start by reorienting you to where this is. This is in Innisbrook. It's on Jalinda, which is the main private road that goes through Innisbrook. And as you all know, they have their own design review board as well, made up similarly. And we went there with a number of designs, which they approved. The house was built in the 80s. It's had 2 prior owners. It's a beautiful, beautiful piece of property. It's almost 3 acres. It enjoys ocean and mountain views. And it's really a spectacular piece of property. Unfortunately, the last folks who owned this were quite sick, and there was about 14 years of dilapidated it's just in disrepair. So a number of the really unfun things I need to do, including roofs and dry rot and all kinds of things like that. But which also presents an opportunity to make this house even more spectacular than it is, and and really address some of the goals, which is to preserve the integrity of this beautiful design, but also to kind of make it a little bit more functional with today's, style of indoor-outdoor living and, more for a family. The owner who first built it had big, large galas, which, as you'll see as we walk through the floor plan, there's a very, very large entryway with 2 enormous fireplaces where they hosted these galas. So when we were last here, so this project is really two parts that the goals are to create, particularly on the west side of the property. The interior doesn't feel great. It's very long and narrow, and it just really doesn't feel very good when you're inside. And also to make to take part of the existing garage to add some additional space and to change the garage configuration. So what I'd like to do first is to go to just the second page, or actually this page exactly. And we had a fairly robust conversation about symmetry and elements last time, and which was a great conversation and really required us to do a lot of studying. So first I'm going to talk about the west addition, which, if you're looking exactly where your cursor is to the left. And Mr. Watson and Mr. Sharp wanted to know why I was proposing just, even the picture above that, actually, you can really sort of see what I was going to talk about to the right of that aerial. Just scoot a little to the right if you don't mind. Yeah. So the part that we're talking about, Mr. Watson and Mr. Sharp were wondering why I didn't want to do the same thing on the other side, which was a great question, and forced me to really look at the property. And I think the reason I just want to point this out, the reason I didn't really have a strong issue with it is because when you're on the property, you don't necessarily experience as much symmetry as we were experiencing in our elevations when we were having that discussion because of the large tree that's in front. Nevertheless, when we get there, I really did take those comments to heart, and we really did study how to make those elements sing on both sides so that we could utilize the same repeat and symmetry. So if you could go to the next page, I'd appreciate that. So on this next page, we have these inspiration images on the left, which you've seen before. And what I also wanted you to zoom in on is this, the top quadrant that says additional Sorel designs and material inspiration. If you wouldn't mind scrolling into that a little bit. Thank you. So I wanted to see, these are some more current John Sorel projects. And as you can see, I'm sure many of them you're probably familiar with. They're all beautiful. And he's really, I think, known for his juxtaposition of these arch elements with these rectangular square elements. And while the design we're proposing today took into the board's consideration, I just wanted to point out that a lot of these have these sort of asymmetric designs that sound like they wouldn't work, but I think actually came out quite beautifully. And although it costs more to do the mirror the other side that we talked about last time, that is what we are proposing because the board felt strongly about that symmetry on that southern elevation. But I do want to point out that it's sort of there is a way to look for it to look beautiful with these sort of different elements, I think. And then the other reason why I wanted to include these is because as you know, as I guess as his career progressed and our materials changed, you'll see that there's sort of some integration of some more limestone and some more more organic looking materials than currently on the 1890 Jalinda house. So okay, moving on from that, I want to go to the next slide, which I think is the site plan.
That's the survey. So next sheet. There you go.
Thank you. So, so this is the site plan of the proposed of the proposed change, which includes this just really an addition to the existing garage, because the board was absolutely 100% right. Putting the garage where we had proposed opposite the wall did not make the fire department happy. They did not like that at all. So we met with them on site at great length, and this is the design that they like. It provides for their hammerhead turnaround and easy access around the back to all parts of the property. So what we're proposing with the additional garage spot is just to continue the existing spot, which you'll see later on the elevations. So moving on. If you could just go through the slides, and I'm going to let Diana comment on them until we get to the one with the southern elevation, which is what we were most concerned about.
So this is the full existing floor plan.
You'll see that big great room with the 2 fireplaces. It's very impressive, looks out to the ocean. It's very beautiful, but not highly usable as an intimate family space.
Right. This is the new proposed floor plan showing the additions that have moved into the existing covered loggia. So to not impact the parcel more, trying to stay in the original footprint. So we've now done it symmetrically, both east and west, and enlarged the master bedroom more. And then instead of the outdoor dining with a trellis, we deleted that design idea because of your good comments about the long spans. And we want to reuse the existing columns, which are Tuscan order columns, studying Italian Mediterranean architecture, and then have an entablature above them. So in elevation of the south elevation, that's the most important view right now, plus the motor court view of the garage. So if we go, the hatched parts are the enlargements there on the large plan.
And I just want to add, I was almost nervous, even though this sits on an almost 3-acre parcel, I was almost nervous with the additional part because I didn't want to have to beg the board for any FAR overage, and we are still under the 100%. So even with that small addition on the east side.
7%, I believe. So, and then there's a converted portion where the garage was further down, but we've now moved our design of the new 3-car garage as north as we could, but there's that diagonal line is the Montecito fault setback line. So we have a geologist helping us with that, but that's as far as I can move the garage. But we have now flipped the doors to be on the motor court side so somebody doesn't drive around, which was awkward, and more paving on a garage motor court. That should be changed to be a whole garden or a yard, a play yard.
And I want to also add, Mr. Watson had the suggestion, which I actually loved, but we couldn't make it work, of flipping it 180 degrees because of the fault line, as well as there's a kind of a steeper drop off, and it also blocks the beautiful mountain views from this west area. So we story pulled it. We tried to make it work. We tried to fit it. And then it sort of made an awkward T. The site just couldn't permit it, but we liked that idea, and we stretched hard to make it work, but we just couldn't with the fire department stuff and the site.
And this works well with the existing architecture to match it.
Really?
Okay, and that's the pool house to be renovated and repaired. Has a lot of water damage to it.
That's all interior. There's nothing exterior.
And then there's the roof plan, clay tile roof, mission 2-piece. And then I drew the elevations existing on top and proposed below to compare quickly. So existing light fixtures are to be saved and refurbished because they're pretty crusty, like beyond patina, but we're gonna fix them and make sure they're safe and maintain those.
So this is, there's a picture of those on the front page, and we can go back to that with materials. But I just want to point out this is the northern elevation, which was not the one we were concerned of, because there's nowhere you can stand back and actually see this, because there's a very steep drop off right at the end of the motor court, which you can see in the aerial or the site plan. So if you go to the very next page, I think you'll get to the elevation you were concerned about, which was the southern facing elevation that you could experience from the end of the pool. And this is the one where you aptly said, why don't we didn't like the left side being different than the right side. And we heard you, so we mirrored it, and we think it looks pretty great because it does kind of do exactly what Sorel has been doing, and it has the same large elements and the repetition. So we think you're right. We like the design, and we hope you do. So go ahead, keep going, Diana.
Just want to call out that we've studied Sorel's design and Palladio's and enjoyed looking at all the history of that and trying to refer to their details and symmetry and understand this house more of what they were going for back in 1990. So it's very in keeping with the original architect's body of work, I'd say, and an improvement now from what's been just decaying out there. So I think the symmetry helps a lot, and the column with the covered loggias, both for the kitchen and for the master bathroom as a lounge area. It's not perfectly symmetrical. Those walls are recessed back about 15 feet. So, but the front image there of the south elevation, I believe, is quite pleasing. So we kept it simple as original design would be, not too ornate, no. It's just.
And that's the proposed new garage, which is what you'll see in the motor court. And it kind of looks like an old carriage house. It's sort of what we were going for. And then if you move to the next landscape plan, unfortunately, Chantel was on vacation for 2 weeks, but you know, it's you can see her inspirations. The site has a lot of planting on it. It's really to maintain and just add. Landscape design is not I don't know the names of everything, but we are proposing there's a lot of pavers that go up this driveway. And as you saw on the images in the front, the motor court had a ton of them as well. It's really, really like a lot of hardscape. So we really wanted to soften that up with a chip seal that the fire department approves of, and like a light gravel. And that'll just soften. And then Chantel put, as the board suggested, all this landscaping around the front door area. So it's right now it's really bare. It just really hasn't been maintained altogether. So she called out some new planting, as you can see, all around the front door, all around the exterior of the property that sort of hasn't been maintained and it's just sort of dead. So that's the new plan. And if we go back up to the first, we can talk about the materials. Back up to the very first, I think it's the second page or the third page right here. Yes, perfect. So we're in the process of doing the roof now because it leaks. This is what's on the bottom. If we talk about the lighting, what's existing to the left of that column, right where your cursor is to the left, is these beautiful existing lights that seem to be in pretty, they need to be cleaned and whatnot, but in pretty decent condition. So we would keep those. This one to the right of it is what's all over the house. It's been corroded a little bit, but there's a strong possibility that either, Handelman or Raoul's can clean them up. If not, I picked two that were sort of in the family of those and go well with the large pendants that hang.
These are not.
Night sky compliant, right?
Yeah, we'd have to have a lid on the
We'd
top.
have to have a lid on them, and we'd have to have, yeah. So, but this is what's existing all over. I don't know if it's possible that we can salvage them. It's not clear, but we would otherwise replace them with something similar that was night sky compliant. And we're proposing, so existing roof material, we've sourced the same thing. We're being able to use most of what's existing. The motor court obviously is like gravel. We're proposing French limestone for the patios. There's some discolored and all cracked terracotta out there. And then we're proposing, just a softer color for the exterior. And all the doors and windows are completely rotted through. So we're proposing new doors and windows.
All right.
In a oil rub bronze.
Let's go.
Okay, great. Does that conclude your presentation?
I think it does.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to questions. Tip, did you have, oh no, you had a conflict. Claire, did you have any questions?
No, I don't have any questions.
Okay, John Watson, any questions?
On the site plan, please. You're representing that there is a line that's diagonal. What is that line, please?
The Montecito fault setback line.
And what does that mean? What is the Montecito fault?
An earthquake fault line right there that my geologist said we can build up to that setback line.
Okay, so
I don't know more than that, but I will once Geo Solutions works with me closely.
there are several different things floating around out there. One of them is called the Aliso Priolo Act. Do you know about that act? Do you know about
No.
that act? Okay, so basically what that act says is we prohibit buildings from being on top of this because it's actually literally the earthquake. And we don't want buildings to divide in two, right through the middle. So obviously that act was passed after the Berkeley football stadium, which is right on top of it. But that act excludes garages. And I'm wondering if you could get the two cars, which you have, turn it 90 degrees, take a single car and turn it the other 90 degrees and push it on the other side of the driveway. As I understand it, you are permitted to put those in the rear yard setback. So when you drive up, the very first thing you don't see is garage doors. I think it's an is this approvable? Yeah. Is it ideal as an entry to a very important house? I don't think so. So I would continue to ask, and then that way you don't have the third car pushing out to, I think the real issue for you is not being able to see the mountains from whatever that room is in the lower left-hand corner of that building. So if you took the two and turned it and then separated off the one and put it on the other side, I think you might be able to get there. So
I don't know, Diane, we can look at it, but I think what we don't see on the site plan is there's quite a big drop. I think you're talking about doing it on the other side, which I can certainly look at, but there's quite a big drop off. I don't know if that, we have to ask the geologist. We can certainly do that.
Well,
John,
here's the deal.
This is questions anyway, right?
Okay, would you be willing to look at that? So that's the question. And it sounds like you'll look at it. Very good. So that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Okay. Look at it.
Thank you, John. Sam Maphis, any questions?
Yeah, so if we look now at, I understand you're loading these new garages from the east side, the motor court side. That's what which is great. And the backside elevation looks like on the west side, you have what looks like doors or windows full length, and then that paving area you drive by the garage and you drive back into that additional paving. I was interested to what you had said that now you don't need to have all that paving behind on the west side. So my question is, you had talked about a play yard or a nice garden or something off of that patio, but you're showing more what would be motor court. So I'm kind of confused about what's happening on the back side, west side of the new garage as you propose it. My question is it really going to be motor court still, or are you going to make that a play area garden as you mentioned? And what does that elevation? I think there was a picture of the back of that garage that had almost like full length windows on it. Am I mistaken?
No, there are casement windows.
Yeah, there's no, okay, you're asking a lot of questions.
What's
Okay.
the elevation of
Let's go
where's
to
elevation?
the west elevation of the back of the garage. I think I saw something that was
Right there.
No,
that's not the back
that's
of
the
the garage.
front.
That's
Existing
the
and new.
east,
So
that's the east side.
please go to page 16, one up, right? And then it is number 7 is the
Is that it?
existing, and number 8 is the new below it.
Oh,
So-
7 is existing. I'm sorry.
7
I
is
confused
existing.
existing with proposed.
That's
So,
where the old garage doors are, and they're really horrible right now, and they're all broken and disgusting.
Yeah,
And
my
so-
bad. I mixed up the
Basements to match
existing with the
existing.
proposed. Yep.
And we do have to add a garbage enclosure, a trash recycling enclosure, so that's back there too.
That makes sense. So
And-
now maybe the question kind of still exists about that back paved area. Is there a real need for that? You were trying to eliminate some of that paving. And you show a tree, or I'm hoping something can break up that motor court. It looked like you
Yeah.
almost located it with the fire department's approval.
Yes, we pitched and begged and asked for that, but it's in their hammerhead and they said absolutely not. We
Okay.
totally agree. And I just want to say, we could definitely add some more greenery to that. That was just, we could definitely add more greenery. It would be just sort of a play area. We're not exactly sure how that space would be used, but it certainly needs more greenery. And I would be happy to study. I just want to say we did a lot of studying on the garage, and I typically totally agree that I would never want to drive up to garage doors, but I think the ones that Diana created are quite beautiful and they would be wood. And I think that would add another dimensionality. And I don't know if you noticed, but on the if you can see it better on the floor plan, we actually made the garage a little prouder than the house to break up some of that motor court. There's kind of monotony on those wings, and making it a little proud really adds actually, I think, sort of an old world feel, because it makes it seem like this was an existing building before, which I think, I don't know if you can see, it's a little proud, and I think it will make it feel, as if this were like a carriage house, that kind of thing. So I actually don't think it will detract. And I think that wood element will be a really nice element to bring in. And, we put some potted plants, and certainly there'll be a lot more greenery in the front. So that's what I would propose there.
I don't have any more questions, Bill.
All right, thank you, Sam. Dave Mendro, did you have any questions? Dave, you there? Dave?
No questions, Bill. Sorry, I was muted.
And my question was the same as Sam's. I think I was asking about what that was behind the garage, and I missed the first presentation, so it sounded like maybe the doors came off the backside originally, and how you flipped them to the east. They were on the west side originally. Is that what happened?
Yes, and you'd have to drive around that wing to get back there, so it was awkward.
I got it. And that planter, you're saying in your presentation, you said your landscape architect in the front of the building there has nicely landscaped the areas on right and left of the entry and all around the front face there.
So we really did take the board's consideration into both making the whole house symmetrical on both sides, which is certainly an added expense, obviously, and more square footage. But this is the design we really went back and forth with, and would really ask for approval of this, because we think we really did work with what the board had said. And we think it will, this is not visible from the front at all. The whole property isn't actually, but we'd really love the board's support.
Okay. Last question on that particular plan there, those large circles, are those pots or something, planted pots?
Yeah, we think there could be some really beautiful old potted plants from
On the
Ivy
south
or
side?
something like that.
Yeah.
You mean on the south side? The
Yes.
dark-
Yeah. Mhm. For those.
I show trees planted there, like something narrow to help the architecture, but those are new planters at the south.
Yeah, it looks like a large dark circle.
Yeah.
Yeah, either planters or planted directly in, just something to soften the facade.
Okay, got it. Okay. All right, that was all my questions. Okay, let's go to public comment. Is there anybody in the audience that'd like to speak to this item number 8, 1890 Jalinda Ridge, or Jalinda Drive? Anybody? Sharon?
No, thank you.
Okay, I think we will close public comment and go to comments from the board members. John Watson, what say you?
This is, by the way, just to be clear, that this is on the agenda for further conceptual and preliminary.
Yes.
No, we can't give it preliminary today if we want to.
Thank you, Claire.
Well,
Thank you. I'm begging.
Hey, John?
I think that the south elevation is fine, and I will vote for the garages, but I think it's a mistake, and I would ask that you do everything you can to rotate two of them or something to get them so you don't see them when you come up. If this is what you have to have, I'll vote for it. I don't think there's anything that this will hurt the community in any way, but I think that it's extremely unfortunate from an architectural design point of view. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thanks, John. Sam, your comments.
Yeah, I think the south elevation being now tied side to side is very nice, and modernizing it the way you have is fine. They do match, and the symmetry and the strength of the building is not compromised. I think the motor court works correctly now, the way it could and should, and maybe was intended. I think the back area behind the garage needs study. I'm not sure that works for me, that you can still drive around and you're still looking at all that pavement and a corner of the garage with pavement all around it on the north side. So I'd like to see that closed off and things simplified and more of a green setting back there if that's possible. But I think you've listened to us, and I appreciate you going the right direction with that motor court, getting rid of the detached building. I think it's all about, as John had mentioned, not seeing an objectionable or too simple of just straight garage doors, maybe some detailing, surrounds, breaking that up with the landscape in between. Need to soften those garage doors and make them something special, because that is your first impression once you get to the house level. Other than that, I think all the other elements are coming together much better. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Claire, what are your comments?
Well, I think the applicant's done a really great job of getting, taking our directions, taking our comments and incorporating it. And now we have a much more appropriate building. It kind of looks right now. My only concern at this point is we still don't have a landscape plan. We've got indications of something coming, but we don't have a landscape plan. That work hasn't been done, so it's hard for me to weigh in. I mean, I can't, I'm more than happy to approve this at preliminary level, but we're not there for final yet. And I would ask that you really look at what's going to get planted around this building, because going back to Mr. Mapus's concern with this behind the garage, we've got more paving and nothing screened. I mean, it's just a big open cement area. So would you please have your landscape designer really look at what is being proposed to actually make this building as good as it can be?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Dave Mindro, what are your comments?
I concur with everyone else's comments, and I do appreciate the applicant taking our recommendations to heart, and I think it's a better project, and I can support it for preliminary approval.
Thank you.
All right. I too can support it. I didn't see the first pass, but I like what I see now, so I can support it. I would suggest that when you come back, make sure you got your night sky compliant light fixtures. I think.
Oh yeah, that's a big one.
Yes, sir.
For sure.
Make sure the lamp is not seen. You can't see the light source.
Okay.
Get your details together. I generally like the colors that you chose. I would make sure that your white is under your LR.
Not too white.
And
the white is what?
Not too white.
No, what did he say?
what is it, 84 LR?
84, LRV of 84 or less.
84 or less, okay.
And, but I think the rest of the finishes look good. And with that being said, I'd say we give you a preliminary approval and.
Mr. Chairman, just
You need
before
a
we-
motion for that, by the way.
Mr. Chairman, just before we go there, am I the only one that feels strongly about these garage doors?
I'm okay with them as
I'm okay with them, John.
I think they're hidden enough, John, up in that courtyard, so I'm okay.
Well, from the street, but not at the entry to the house. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
So someone else can make the motion.
Well, I'll make a motion for preliminary approval.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Dave. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. We'll see you back here when you're ready.
Okay, thank you
Great,
so
thank you
much.
so
I
much.
appreciate it.
All right.
Full board?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, yeah, full board. Okay, last but not least, item 9. We're here, Montecito Water District smart meters. Okay, so is there anyone online here to present this?
Adam,
Yes. Hi, my name is Jerry Hiddleman, representing Montecito Water District. I'm with Brincon Consultants. And good evening, Chair and board members. As you can see, last time we had a number of comments about the colors of the various collectors and conduit, and we are going totally along with your recommendation on that. As you can see, the collectors, if you go to the material and color board, will be
Jerry, just for a second, let me read those comments real quick. I missed.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, sure.
So it says restudy pole location, options to place new pole to north or utilize existing frontier pole, provide visual simulation of options. Please, could you zoom in on that, Dave?
Yeah, the
Okay. Place pole as close to northwest property line as possible. So these are in specific locations. Okay, restudy pole location, remove cypress and move pole locations as close to northeast corner of property as possible. Okay, so that was for those particular poles, 9 and 10. Okay.
Yeah, and Bill, it looks to me from the agenda that you were not at the hearing that where all of this is. So there's going to be a little, I think this is going to be confusing for you, but what they've given us is the sheet that just disappeared. Those are the areas that we really have concern about.
Got it. Okay. So
these comments were the comments that we made, and now they're going to respond to those comments. And there were no other comments for all of the other sites. So
can I try expressing this? 300 Hot Springs Road we were concerned about. Can we just go and do that?
that would be great.
Top one, and they really changed this.
Yeah, exactly. We moved it onto the Casa Dorinda property, about 100 feet off the roadway.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah, there's a pressure gauge that Montecito Water District has over there. So it's going to be a pole, and we actually eliminated the solar panel because there is a power source at that location as well.
Oh, cool.
And Mr. Chairman, if I can also express it a little farther, can we go back to the list again, please? Excuse me for being so, okay, so one farther back, David, up from 300 Hot Springs. On the right-hand side.
Oh, you're.
Yes, over there, up. The other one is the Par Grande, exactly. Right there, right, Par Grande, right there.
Yeah.
And they moved that as well.
That's correct. That's moved to the north part of the property along the property line. If you might remember correctly, there's a number of trees in that location. So we had an arborist go out and take a look at those. And the cypress will not be affected. And there is a ficus tree next to that one as well, where you could fit the pole in, and there will be less than 10% of that tree would have to be trimmed back, which meets the
Oh, great.
county requirement. So we think we're in pretty good shape with that pole as well.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I can make a comment, which I know is out of order, I believe this project is ready to go, but you are chairman, ready for an approval. So everything else we looked at last meeting, we were good with.
Do we need to go? So was the two mostly that you have most concern about? The others were fine as they were presented. Is that what I'm hearing?
Exactly.
Yep.
John, was it 2 or 3 here?
2. There were only 2.
Okay. Oh, this was all one comment. I get it. Okay.
Oh, okay. Got it. Okay. Well, I will defer to, since I was not part of that, I will defer to other members if they have comments, and then I'll open it to public comment just in case. Did anybody on the board have any other comments or questions other than what John has said? And
Well, my comment is, or question or whatever, we're kind of at the end of the day here, is that I really appreciate the work that the Montecito Water District has taken to heart, the recommendations, and have done what they've done to make this an acceptable project. And that's my comment. And
then I will quickly open it to public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that'd like to speak to this item, Montecito Water District smart meters? Sharon, was there anybody?
No, there's no one here. Thank you.
Okay, we'll close public comment.
Members of the board, do you mind if I make a motion, please?
Oh, that would be great.
Go for it, John.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to approve the 10 locations as currently proposed by the Montecito Water District. And thank you for your extra effort on particularly Hot Springs Road, but also on Power Grande. That's my motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I'll second.
Seconded by Claire. I think you beat it by Sam. So all those.
Did Tip ever come back? Tip, did you come back?
Doesn't look like it.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. All right. Tip was absent. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Motion carries. You got
And Mr. Chairman, I will move for adjournment.
Thanks, John.
Second that.
seconded by Sam. All those in favor?
Aye. Good job, Dave. Good job, Bill.
Excellent, David. Excellent.
I apologize. Who seconded John's motion on item number 9?
Oh, that's it. Claire.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Kimberly.
Sorry.
Good night, everyone.
Night, everyone.
Thanks, David.
Thanks, David.
And Bill, of course.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.